This is the story of your enslavement, how it came to be, and how you can finally be free. Like all animals, human beings want to dominate and exploit the resources around them. At first, we mostly hunted and fished and ate off the land, but then something magical and terrible happened to our minds. We became, alone among the animals, afraid of death and of future loss. And this was the start of a great tragedy and an even greater possibility. You see, when we become afraid of death, of injury and imprisonment, we become controllable and so valuable in a way that no other resource could ever be. The greatest resource for any human being to control is not natural resources or tools or animals or land, but other human beings. You can frighten an animal because animals are afraid of pain in the moment, but you cannot frighten an animal with a loss of liberty, with torture or imprisonment in the future, because animals have very little sense of tomorrow. You cannot threaten a cow with torture or a sheep with death. You cannot swing a sword at a tree and scream at it to produce more fruit, or hold a burning torch to a field and demand more wheat. You cannot get more eggs by threatening a hen, but you can get a man to give you his eggs by threatening him. This human farming has been the most profitable and destructive occupation throughout history, and it is now reaching its destructive climax. Human society cannot be rationally understood until it is seen for what it is: a series of farms where human farmers own human livestock. Some people get confused because governments provide healthcare and water and education and roads, and thus imagine that there is some benevolence at work. Nothing could be further from the reality. Farmers provide healthcare and irrigation and training to their livestock. Some people get confused because we are allowed certain liberties and thus imagine that our governments protect our freedoms. But farmers plant their crops a certain distance apart to increase their yields, and will allow certain animals larger stalls or fields if it means they will produce more meat and milk. In your country, your tax farm, your farmer grants you certain freedoms, not because he cares about your liberties, but because he wants to increase his profits. Are you beginning to see the nature of the cage you were born into? There have been 4 major phases of human farming. The first phase in ancient Egypt was direct and brutal human compulsion. Human bodies were controlled, but the creative productivity of the human mind remained beyond the reach of the whip and the brand and the shackles. Slaves remained woefully underproductive and required enormous resources to control. The second phase was the Roman model, wherein slaves were granted some capacity for freedom, ingenuity, and creativity, which raised their productivity. This increased the wealth of Rome, and thus the tax income of the Roman government, and with this additional wealth, Rome became an empire, destroying the economic freedoms that fed its power, and collapsed. I'm sure that this does not seem entirely unfamiliar. After the collapse of Rome, the feudal model introduced the concept of livestock ownership and taxation. Instead of being directly owned, peasants farmed land that they could retain as long as they paid off the local warlords. This model eventually broke down due to the continual subdivision of productive land and was destroyed during the enclosure movement when land was consolidated and hundreds of thousands of peasants were kicked off their ancestral lands because new farming techniques made larger farms more productive with fewer people. The increased productivity of the later Middle Ages created the excess food required for the expansion of towns and cities, which in turn gave rise to the modern democratic model of human ownership. As displaced peasants flooded into the cities, a huge stock of cheap human capital became available to the rising industrialists. And the ruling class of human farmers quickly realized that they could make more money by letting their livestock choose their own occupations. Under the democratic model, direct slave ownership has been replaced by the mafia model. The mafia rarely owns businesses directly, but rather sends thugs around once a month to steal from the business owners. You are now allowed to choose your own occupation, which raises your productivity, and thus the taxes you can pay to your masters.
Value this time in your life, kids, because this is the time in your life when you still have your choices. And it goes by so fast. When you're a teenager, you think you can do anything, and you do. Your 20s are a blur. 30s, you raise your family, you make a little money, and you think to yourself, what happened to my 20s? 40s, you grow a little pot belly, you grow another chin. The music starts to get too loud. One of your old girlfriends from high school becomes a grandmother. 50s, you have a minor surgery. You'll call it a procedure, but it's a surgery. 60s, you'll have a major surgery. The music is still loud, but it doesn't matter because you can't hear it anyway. 70s, you and the wife retire to Fort Lauderdale. Start eating dinner at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You have lunch around 10, breakfast the night before. Spend most of your time wandering around malls looking for the ultimate soft yogurt and muttering, how come the kids don't call? How come the kids don't call? The 80s, you'll have a major stroke. You end up battling with some Jamaican nurse who your wife can't stand, but who you call mama. Any questions?
Your few freedoms are preserved because they are profitable to your owners. The great challenge of the democratic model is that increases in wealth and freedom threaten the farmers. The ruling classes initially profit from a relatively free market in capital and labor, but as their livestock become more used to their freedoms and growing wealth, they begin to question why they need rulers at all. Well, nobody ever said that human farming was easy. Keeping the taxed livestock securely in the compounds of the ruling classes is a three-phase process. The first is to indoctrinate the young through government, quote, education. As the wealth of democratic countries grew, government schools were universally inflicted in order to control the thoughts and souls of the livestock. The second phase is to turn citizens against each other through the creation of dependent livestock. It is very difficult to rule human beings directly through force, and where it can be achieved, it remains cripplingly underproductive, as can be seen in North Korea. Human beings do not breed well or produce efficiently in direct captivity. But if human beings believe that they are free, then they will produce much more for their farmers. The best way to maintain this illusion of freedom is to put some of the livestock on the payroll of the farmer. Those cows that become dependent on the existing hierarchy will then attack any other cows who point out the violence, hypocrisy, and immorality of human ownership.
Officers positioned Grant face first on the floor with one officer near his head, a second near his back, and a third officer standing nearby. There appeared to be a brief struggle. Then, a 2-year veteran BART officer stands, draws his weapon, and fires.
Freedom is slavery, and slavery is freedom. If you can get the cows to attack each other whenever anybody brings up the reality of their situation, then you don't have to spend nearly as much controlling them directly. Those cows who become dependent upon the stolen largesse of the farmer will violently oppose any questioning of the virtue of human ownership, and the intellectual and artistic classes, always and forever dependent upon the farmers, will say to anyone who demands freedom from ownership, "You will harm your fellow cows." The livestock are thus kept enclosed by shifting the moral responsibility for the destructiveness of the violent system to those who demand real freedom. The third phase is to invent continual external threats so that the frightened livestock cling to the protection of the farmers. This system of human farming is now nearing its end. The terrible tragedies of modern Western economic systems has occurred not in spite of, but because of past economic freedoms. The massive increases in Western wealth throughout the 19th century resulted from economic freedoms. And it was this very increase in wealth that fed the size and power of the state. Whenever the livestock become exponentially more productive, you get a corresponding increase in the number of farmers and their dependents. The growth of the state is always proportional to the preceding economic freedoms. Economic freedoms create wealth, and the wealth attracts more thieves and political parasites, whose greed then destroys the economic freedoms. In other words, freedom metastasizes the cancer of the state. The government that starts off the smallest will always end up the largest. This is why there can be no viable and sustainable alternative to a truly free and peaceful society. A society without political rulers, without human ownership, without the violence of taxation and statism. To be truly free is both very easy and very hard. We avoid the horror of our enslavement because it is so painful to see it directly. We dance around the endless violence of our dying system because we fear the attacks of our fellow livestock. But we can only be kept in the cages we refuse to see. Wake up. To see the farm is to leave it. Hi everybody, it's Stefan Molyneux from Free Domain Radio. Hope you're doing well. So let's talk about some of the challenges that we face as idea shapers and mind changers in the world. There are a couple of psychological realities that are well worth understanding if you attempt to go about the business of rescuing your fellow citizens from egregious and destructive errors. Now, the first thing to understand is the Dunning-Kruger effect. This is fairly well documented psychologically, and the reality is that incompetent individuals tend to vastly overestimate their own level of skill. This is really the basis of central planning. And you'll notice the people who've actually created jobs tend to be a little bit skeptical of centralized planning, and people who've never spent much time in the free market tend to believe that it has something to do with it. Right? So Marx was completely incompetent, couldn't get a job at a railway, tried to invest in the stock market and failed completely, and just made his life a complete mess, and believed in central planning because he couldn't run his own life. He was completely incompetent at his own life, and therefore he thought that somehow there could be massive competence running everyone else's life. Now, also, incompetent individuals fail to recognize genuine skill in others. In other words, you have to be really good at something to recognize that someone else is really good at something. Incompetent individuals also fail to recognize the extremacy of their inadequacy. Now, the good news is if you can train incompetent individuals, they will red-faced look back and say, ooh, I guess I really sucked at that, but I didn't really know at the time. So in psychological tests, anybody who scores in the bottom 25% on tests of things like humor and grammar and logic grossly overestimate their test performance and ability. And you can see this in nationalism. My country is number one, when the country is almost never actually number one. So people who reject logic reject it because they think they're good at it, and they think they're good at it usually because they're really bad at it. I mean, if you're good at logic, you recognize how hard it is to achieve truth, reality, consistency. The same thing with ethics. People who are so sure about ethics are people who probably couldn't spell out for you an ethical principle with skywriting in the hand of God. Now, here's another problem. If you're bringing truth, reason, and evidence to your fellow apes, evidence tends to reinforce error. So this is from a psychological study. Individuals who receive unwelcome information may not simply resist challenges to their views. Instead, they may come to support their original opinion even more strongly. That's what's called a backfire effect. The backfire effects that we found seem to provide further support for the growing literature showing that citizens engage in motivated reasoning. I would call it confirmation bias, but anyway. So while these experiments focused on assessing the effectiveness of corrections, the results show that direct factual contradictions can actually strengthen ideologically grounded factual beliefs, an empirical finding with important theoretical implications, to say the least. So particularly for people who aren't self-critical, who don't submit to reason and evidence, if you bring reason and evidence to a prior prejudice, it tends to reinforce that prior prejudice. All is not hopeless. In experiments going back to 1992, Ditto and Lopez found that individuals who are confronted with information of sufficient quantity or clarity should eventually acquiesce to a preference inconsistent conclusion. In other words, if you hit them repeatedly from all angles, then they will tend to dislodge, some people will tend to dislodge their prior opinions. So people sort of wonder, why do I deal in all these different topics? Why do I have so many shows? It's because you have to hit people from a wide variety of different angles in order to get them to change their minds. Very, very hard to get someone to change their mind with a single argument or a single piece of evidence. Now, the general intellectual culture is very important here as well. As a certain belief becomes widely viewed as discredited among the public and the press, individuals who might be ideologically sympathetic to that belief will be more likely to abandon it when exposed to corrective information. So just try and get as many beliefs out there as you can that are true and valid, and it's almost like it just gets in the air and then gets into people's brains. In a study done in 2000 by Kuklinski and others, they found that respondents who had highly inaccurate beliefs about the welfare programs as a whole, that those who had the most inaccurate beliefs had the highest confidence in their answers. And in fact, providing the relevant facts to respondents had no effect on their opinions about welfare. And there is really a very extensive literature in psychological circles showing that people are generally goal-directed information processors, tend to evaluate information with a directional bias towards reinforcing pre-existing views. It's just what we have to deal with as communicators. And this is why propaganda, of course, is so powerful and so effective. Once you program children to believe nonsense at a young age, they will spend the rest of their lives gathering evidence to reinforce that false belief. Now, as far as people's ethics go, because, of course, the most successful arguments, I believe, for liberty are ethical arguments, it's really important to understand the soulless moral hollowness at the center of the majority of people. So some psychologists did an experiment where they had a whole bunch of statements, some moral statements or statements for moral arguments, and they had some of the letters, some of the words were actually stuck on top, and then when they turned the page, they would stick to glue on the previous page, and then different moral arguments would be revealed. So, for instance, there was one statement that said, large-scale governmental surveillance of email and internet traffic ought to be forbidden as a means to combat international crime and terrorism. So when they turned the page, the word forbidden would be removed and replaced underneath with permitted. So instead of it being forbidden, it was permitted. So they told the psychologists which statement they agreed with morally, and then they went back and were asked to read aloud the statements, and 2 of the 3 moral arguments had been altered in this glue trick, and to discuss their responses. Now, about half the participants did not even detect the changes, and almost 70% accepted at least one of the altered statements. In other words, they'd said, well, we shouldn't allow large-scale government surveillance of email. That's immoral. And then when they went back to read the statement, they read aloud that they agreed with it. You could say they misread or anything like that, but that's not the case. Because people were even willing to argue in favor of the reversed statements. So you report to the psychologist that you consider it immoral for the government to engage in massive surveillance of emails. And then you read aloud that the government should be permitted to do that. More than half of the participants argued unequivocally for the opposite of their original attitudes in at least one of the manipulated statements. And this is called choice blindness. So you express a choice or a preference, and then in some fashion, your reported choice or preference is reversed, and more than half of people will argue vociferously and passionately and absolutely in favor of the opposite of what they argued for or preferred not a few minutes before. This is terrifying. We live in a moral void of people who will simply make up moral arguments in the moment to defend a position that is the complete opposite of what they had preferred just a few minutes before. This is empirical evidence for the success of propaganda, the failure of philosophy, and the moral manipulability of everyone, pretty much, who's gone through the public school system and through religious training. You think that religion at least would give people some moral center here, but it's not the case at all. It's very, very important to understand. You're not dealing with convictions. You're dealing with passionate, empty, emotional defenses in the moment. So what are the effects of this? So a psychologist at Boston College says, these findings suggest that if I'm fooled into thinking that I endorse a view, I'll do the work myself to come up with my own reasons for endorsing it. Whatever you're told pretty much as a child in public school, by your elders, by your teachers, by your priests, by your parents, whether it's true or not, whether it's reasoned or not, you will then spend, most people, the rest of your life coming up with information, true, false, indifferent, or otherwise, to justify the lies you were originally told. And this will happen even if your own position is stealthily reversed right before your eyes. Over the course of a few minutes, people will reverse their moral positions and argue passionately for the opposite of what they claimed to believe just a few minutes before, with no sense whatsoever that anything has changed. Now, for more evidence that people are inhabited not even by the ghosts of subjectivism, but by no ethical standards whatsoever, we can look at the Stanford Prison Experiment. This was conducted at Stanford University August 14th to 20th of 1971 by a team of researchers led by Psych Prof. Philip Zimbardo. Later became, I think, head of the APA and shows up on Dr. Phil. So 24 male students out of 75 were selected, and they were assigned random roles of prisoner and guards in a mock prison, which was in the basement of the Psych building. And this was supposed to be a 2-week experiment, but it really didn't last that long because outright abuse, sadism, violence all erupted, and they had to stop it because things were just getting too bad too quickly. And these people were screened for mental health. Nobody could have a criminal background and so on. So the first day is pretty uneventful. The second day, the prisoners in one cell blockaded their cell door with their beds, took off their caps, and they refused to come out, follow the guards' instructions. And guards from other shift volunteered to work extra hours to subdue the revolt, subsequently attacked the prisoners with fire extinguishers. They weren't being supervised by the research staff. And they found that having 9 cellmates with only 3 guards per shift was too challenging. So one of the guards said, hey, let's use psychological tactics to control the guards. So they set up a privileged cell. Prisoners who were not involved in the riot were treated with higher quality meals and other special rewards. And after only 36 hours, one prisoner began to act crazy. As Zimbardo wrote, number 8612 then began to act crazy, to scream, to curse, to go into a rage that seemed out of control. It took quite a while before we became convinced that he really was suffering, and we had to release him. So guards forced the prisoners to repeat their assigned numbers to reinforce their depersonalization. They used prisoner counts to harass the prisoners. They used physical punishment like protracted exercise for errors in the prisoner count. And the sanitary conditions in this mock prison got really bad really quickly because some guards refused to allow some prisoners to urinate or defecate anywhere but in a bucket in their cell. And as a punishment, the guards would not let the prisoners empty the sanitation bucket. And of course, everybody loved their mattress, and so the guards would punish the prisoners by removing their mattresses, leaving them to sleep on concrete. Some prisoners were forced to be naked as a method of degradation, and some of the guards became very cruel as the experiment continued. Experimenters reported that approximately 1/3 of the guards within a few days exhibited genuine sadistic tendencies and behavior. Now, most of the guards were very upset when the experiment stopped after only 6 days. They were expecting it to go on for 14 days, but they had to stop it after 6 days. Most of the guards were very upset and wanted it to continue because I guess they'd become addicted to power and cruelty. Now, the prisoners really did internalize their roles. So even though some had stated that they would not accept, quote, parole, even if it would mean forfeiting their pay, they did not quit when their parole applications were all denied. So they had no reason to continue participating in the experiment. They lost all monetary compensation. But they did continue because they had internalized the prisoner identity. So a newly admitted standby prisoner once expressed concern over the treatment of the other prisoners. The guards responded with more abuse. When he refused to eat his sausages, saying he was on a hunger strike, guards confined him to a solitary confinement. Dark closet. The guards then instructed the other prisoners to repeatedly punch on the door while shouting at him. The guards stated he would be released from solitary confinement only if the prisoners gave up their blankets and slept on their bare mattresses, which all but one refused to do. So what happened? Well, this woman, Christina, a graduate student who the professor was then dating, I guess this is back in the day, she was brought in to interview the prisoners, and she objected to the conditions of the prison, and more than 50 people had observed the experiment, and this woman, Christina, was the only one who questioned the ethics of the entire experiment. So after 6 days of a planned 2 weeks duration, the Stanford prison experiment was discontinued. So the guards and the prisoners really adapted to their roles, a lot of this is from Wiki, more than they were expected, stepping beyond the boundaries of what had been predicted, leading to dangerous and psychologically damaging situations. 1/3 of the guards were judged to have exhibited, quote, genuine sadistic tendencies, while many prisoners were emotionally traumatized, as 2 of them had to be removed from the experiment early. And that is really quite powerful. It's really quite something to process and to understand about the people who surround you. You know, if they open FEMA camps tomorrow, if they start rounding up people tomorrow, I guarantee you there will be no shortage of people who will adapt to that immediately and love it within a day or two. There was an experiment in the United States, something called the Third Wave. It was a high school teacher in California set up a little group within his class and gave some privileges and told them they were united and had a big plan and so on. And this experiment also had to be stopped pretty quickly because there was brutality showing up. In April of 2007, high school students in Texas were participating in a role-playing exercise of Nazis and Jews, began spitting at and punching the, quote, Jews. And it's the same deal. This hasn't changed. In fact, it's probably gotten worse. Research shows that sociopathy, or the total absence of empathy and a conscience, that sociopathy doubled in the United States between 1975 and 1990, and I'm sure that trend has not exactly slowed down. If anything, has accelerated since. Now, the other thing to know about, of course, you may know about it again, the Milgram experiment. Stanley Milgram was a Yale U psychologist, and he measured the willingness of study participants to obey an authority figure who instructed them to perform acts of despicable evil. And in 1961, it was actually 3 months after the start of the trial of Adolf Eichmann in Jerusalem, he was curious about what it meant to follow orders given by an authority which would cause harm to other people. And as it turns out, these experiments have been repeated many times, consistent results within societies, different percentages across the globe. So someone who was signed up for the study came into the room, and the psychologist said, oh, here's someone else who signed up for the study. We're randomly going to assign you the role of teacher and the role of learner. And what happened was the other person in the room, who was supposed to be another participant, was actually part of the experiment, and they were given some folded pieces of paper, and the person who was coming in for the experiment, who didn't know that the other person was aligned with it, got the role of teacher. And then you went into 2 separate rooms. You could communicate but not see each other. And in one version of the experiment, the person who was pretending to learn was sure to mention to the participant that he actually had a heart condition. So then the, quote, teacher was given an electric shock as a sample of the shock that the learner would supposedly receive during the experiment. And then there was like a word game that you had to play, and the learner would press a button to indicate his response. If the answer was incorrect, the teacher would administer a shock to the learner, and the voltage went up 15 volts for each wrong answer. The subjects believed that for each wrong answer, the learner was receiving actual shocks. Of course, in reality, there were no shocks. And they had tape recorders set up, and after a number of voltage level increases, the learner, who was actually an actor, started to bang on the wall that separated him. After several times banging on the wall and complaining about his heart condition, all responses by the learner would cease. Some test subjects paused at 135 volts and began to question the purpose of the experiment, but most of them continued, after being assured that they would not be held responsible. A few subjects began to laugh nervously or exhibit other signs of extreme stress once they heard the screams of pain coming from the learner. If at any time the subject indicated his desire to halt the experiment, he was given a succession of verbal prods by the experimenter in this order. 1. Please continue. 2. The experiment requires that you continue. 3. It is absolutely essential that you continue. 4. You have no other choice. You must go on. If the subject still wished to stop after all 4 successive verbal prods, the experiment was stopped. Otherwise, it was halted after the subject had given the maximum 450 volt shock 3 times in succession. The experimenter also gave special prods if the teacher made specific comments. So if the teacher asked whether the learner might suffer permanent physical harm, the experimenter replied, although the shocks may be painful, there is no permanent tissue damage, so please go on. If the teacher said that the learner clearly wants to stop, the experimenter replied, whether the learner likes it or not, you must go on until he has learned all the word pairs correctly, so please go on. Before conducting the experiment, Milgram polled some senior year psych majors to predict the behavior of 100 hypothetical teachers. All of the poll respondents believed that only a very small fraction of teachers, the range was from 0 to 3 out of 100, with an average of 1.2, would be prepared to inflict the maximum voltage. He also informally polled his colleagues and found out that they too believed very few subjects would progress beyond a very strong shock. And 40 psychiatrists from a medical school, they also believed that by the 10th shock, when the victim demands to be free, most subjects would stop the experiment. They predicted that by the 300 volt shock, when the victim refuses to answer, just under 4% of the subjects would still continue. And they believed that, quote, only a little over 0.1% of the subjects would administer the highest shock on the board. In Milgram's first set of experiments, 65% of experimental participants administered the experiment's final massive 450 volt shock to a stranger. Although many of them were uncomfortable and every participant paused and questioned the experiment and blah, blah, blah. But that is quite astounding that sociopaths are estimated to be 4% of the population, 1 in 25 people. But it means that 65% of people will murder if somebody in authority tells them to and takes responsibility. They'll suffer no negative repercussions. It's completely against the law. Anybody with any brains knows that a psychologist cannot absolve you of moral responsibility in the law, but they were willing to give electric shocks, fatal electric shocks, to strangers who had complained of heart conditions, who were banging on the wall, screaming in agony. 65% of people are willing to do that if somebody else is willing to take responsibility, and you can't even order them. A psychologist has no authority over a citizen, can't order them, but simply asks them to do it. They will do it. Milgram wrote an article in 1974 called The Perils of Obedience, and he wrote, the legal and philosophical aspects of obedience are of enormous importance, but they say very little about how most people behave in concrete situations. I set up a simple experiment at Yale University to test how much pain an ordinary citizen would inflict on another person simply because he was ordered to by an experimental scientist. Stark authority was pitted against the subject's strongest moral imperatives against hurting others, and with the subject's ears ringing with the screams of the victims, authority won more often than not. The extreme willingness of adults to go to almost any lengths on the command of an authority constitutes the chief finding of the study, and the fact most urgently demanding explanation. Ordinary people, simply doing their jobs and without any particular hostility on their part, can become agents in a terrible, destructive process. Moreover, even when the destructive effects of their work become patently clear and they are asked to carry out actions incompatible with fundamental standards of morality, relatively few people have the resources needed to resist authority. Later, Professor Milgram and other psychologists performed variations of the experiment throughout the world with similar results. Milgram later investigated the effect of the experiment's locale on obedience levels. He held the experiment in an unregistered backstreet office as opposed to at Yale and so on. The level of obedience, although somewhat reduced, was not significantly lower. Dr. Thomas Blass of the University of Maryland performed a meta-analysis on the results of repeated performances of the experiment. He found that the percentage of participants who are prepared to inflict fatal voltages remains remarkably consistent, 61% to 66% regardless of time or place. None of the participants who refused to administer the final shocks insisted that the experiment itself be terminated. Neither did they leave the room to check the health of the victim without requesting permission to leave, and so on. This is very, very important. So maybe people thought that it was a faked or set up experiment. Well, some other researchers set up a cute, fluffy puppy who was given real, albeit harmless, electric shocks. They found similar findings to Milgram. Half of the male subjects and all of the females obeyed to the bitter end. And that's really, really important to understand that this is where you live. This is the society in which you live. We're asking people to understand that the state is coercion, that debt is slavery, that fiat currency is predation upon the poor. But people can't even see violence that they are committing with the screams ringing in their ears and people begging for mercy, claiming that they're being killed. They will continue to do it. And so asking people to understand and process abstract evil when experiments repeatedly show that they will not even stop violence that they are committing right in front of them with someone right in the next room screaming in their ears. We're asking too much of people. The propaganda of the state, the soullessness that is so many of modern families, the lack of moral conviction and internalization that has been able to be achieved by relativism, by postmodernism, by religion, by what's left of philosophy, it hasn't been enough. It hasn't even been close to being enough. Now, of course, people in charge really want people that they can command to kill and who will obey. Other researchers have explored people's moral reasoning and have found that children, for instance, will generally say that you shouldn't steal because you'll get in trouble. When they get older and into adulthood, majority of people say, well, you shouldn't steal because it's against the law. And only about 10% of people will ever evaluate stealing from an absolute moral abstract perspective, that it's wrong because you wouldn't want it done to you, it lacks empathy, whatever people come up with. The UPB deals with this, I think, very well, but whatever people come up with as abstract moral reasoning, only about 10% of people are able to achieve that. And 90% of parents spank their children. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. So the propaganda we're all subjected to, the lack of moral authority that we're brought up with in school and in church and in our environment, this has done its job. And most people will kill you if they're told to. This is just the reality of the place in which you live and which we really don't process very well and which very few people talk about in a realistic way. This doesn't mean that all hope is lost, but if you're going to go hunting for the truth, you might as well know the predators who stand between you and the Holy Grail. And we'll talk a little bit more next time about how to overcome some of these problems. Thank you so much for listening, as always. This is Stefan Molyneux from Free Domain Radio. Hi everybody, Stefan Molyneux from Free Domain Radio. Hope you're doing well. So I'd like to put forward, I guess, a fairly disturbing thesis that I think is very important to understand and goes a long way towards explaining why the world is the way that it is and where it is likely to be heading without significant intervention. So you've probably heard of the phrase or the word sociopathy. And sociopathy, I just use these words as an amateur as always, but sociopathy is basically a condition wherein a person does not have a conscience, is not bounded by guilt or remorse or shame. They really experience only the most primitive of emotional sensations, lust, fear, rage, and so on. But they don't have a conscience. And it's not an insignificant problem in society. I mean, estimates are that 4% of people in the West are afflicted by, or I guess they would feel liberated by, sociopathy. That's huge. 4 times more prevalent than schizophrenia. And it's really, really important to understand just how prevalent this condition is and the effects of its prevalence on our society. Because they're hard to see. And I'm going to make a case as to why they're hard to see that I think will be scary, but very important. So, first to sort of understand, we have this sort of typical view of a sociopath, like the Hannibal Lecter ex-murderer kind or whatever. But, I mean, most sociopaths are not particularly violent or criminal directly in terms of going out and stabbing and robbing people, so on. But they are... because they operate without a conscience, they have a kind of liberty, so to speak, that, those of us who are blessed or afflicted with a conscience don't have. So some sociopaths, the typical sort of charming, empty manipulators who go for power and control and all that kind of stuff. But you can also have deadbeat sociopaths, right? I mean, the range of ambitions and drives and intelligence and so on is highly variable across society. And so some of these people will, just sort of hang out and sponge off people and pretend that they're looking for work, but have no real interest in, have no real capacity to experience the emotions of other people or anything like that. And so we're just resources, livestock, pawns for them. And that's really a kind of a chilling world to live in. And this is not a kind of moral deficiency. They're not covering anything up. So lots of studies have been done on sociopaths or on people who have this tendency, and they find that you and I will respond to the word mother differently than we will brick or a made-up word like flibbit-a-gibbet or something. But sociopaths don't do that. They react the same to horrifying images as they do to pictures of cute puppies, as they do to a picture of a blank wall. They really don't have emotional connections. Now, they may simulate these things, which is not that hard to do for any reasonably intelligent person. You don't have to be that bright to be an actor, trust me. And so they can simulate emotions, they can mimic what is appropriate in various situations, but they don't actually experience emotions in the way that you and I would, and they certainly don't experience a conscience. So just imagine, you could do whatever you wanted, whatever you could get away with, and you would never experience the slightest shred of remorse. Like you wouldn't push it down, like it simply would not arise for you. There would be no remorse, no guilt, no sense of shame, no sense of having done anything wrong or anything like that. That's really, it's to me, it's an impossible state of mind to genuinely get, which is one of the reasons why it's hard to identify. I mean, they're very foreign. So, one of the basic facts about sociopathy is that very few people get it. They understand it. Very few people process it. And this can be immensely frustrating for people who do. I mean, 1 in 25, so
odds are you know one. Of course, they tend to be fairly prominent in society. I mean, the mental health problems of politicians and celebrities range just about anything you can imagine, narcissism being a very common one, of course. And narcissism is different from sociopathy. Like, a narcissist will experience genuine suffering at a lack of connection and a lack of closeness, but a sociopath won't. A narcissist will experience sort of their own emotions very vividly, but not the emotions of others, and they're continually confused and frustrated and upset as to why their relationships aren't going better when they want them to. But a sociopath has no interest in that. I mean, they really are cold-ass alien mofos and don't even experience any emotions of their own in any particular depth. I mean, they have a sort of feral kind of chimpanzee-like want to win and want to conquer and all that kind of stuff, but they don't experience any rich emotions. A narcissist will, but just has a genuine inability to process the emotions of others. A narcissist will often end up in a therapist's office because they're suffering. But a sociopath, I mean, one of the reasons they're considered virtually impossible to treat is that they don't feel that anything's wrong. They get that other people have a conscience, and they get that having a conscience makes you controllable in the same way that having attachments makes you controllable, but they themselves don't want it. I mean, they like the freedom for the most part. They don't feel that there's anything wrong with them. They just feel that there's things wrong with other people. I mean, asking a sociopath to heal themselves is like asking a farmer to become a cow. I mean, not a lot of them are going to be down with that, so to speak. So they're very hard to see, and they really shouldn't be that hard to see. Most people will get, like, after spending some time with us, they get the emotional chilliness, the coldness, the manipulation, and the emptiness, and so on. And you get that ice-eyed stare from them, and so on. But they're, I mean, astoundingly obvious when you get the concept, but most people don't. And I don't think this is accidental. I don't think this is accidental at all. I mean, I'll make the case that we are the livestock of sociopaths, for the most part, political, religious, educational realm. We are the livestock of sociopaths. They keep us in the pen, in the enclosure, in the paddock called culture, which they manage and control and manipulate so that we don't see them for who they are. Now, they are the most prevalent natural predators of mankind. Mankind is not one big family. It's not one big group of people all trying to muddle their way through life. Mankind is divided into predators and prey. And I mean, there are some random predators like true psychopaths, but most of the predators tend to be on the sociopath side. And they are not of our species, so to speak. They are predators within our environment, and they have as much in common with us as a lion does with a gazelle, and that they like to hunt, they like to eat, but they, and they can only hunt and eat because they don't. I mean, any lion that had empathy for the gazelle wouldn't last very long. Empathy gets bred out of those who are hunters, and there are quite a few of them. So if there are all of these predators and hunters around, these sociopaths who control things, who run things, and 1 in 25, there's probably one in your extended family, certainly a couple in your workplace, and they're probably fairly high up in the organization. Well, why aren't they better understood and more known? Well, I would argue it's because they've designed culture and society to hide them, right? I would argue that most of what's in your head is a way of, is a methodology developed by sociopaths so that you can't see sociopathy, right? This is really important, right? If a lion can convince the herd of gazelle that the lion is a gazelle, then they won't run away. And it's a lot easier if everyone thinks that you're a gazelle and not a lion. You can just say, hey, little gazelle, let's go for a walk. And then you go off and you bite its head off and eat its innards, and then you run back. You wash your face and you run back and you say, my God, we were both set upon by lions. I just made it out, and unfortunately so-and-so got killed. And everyone will be like, oh my gosh, that's so terrible. How awful of you. I mean, how awful for you. That must have been just so traumatic and so on, right? And then, a week or two later, it'll happen again. And, oh, my God, there are all these lions. Of course, a lion is among them, but everyone thinks it's a gazelle, so the lion can operate with impunity. So how do sociopaths blind us to sociopathy? It's a great camouflage. And I'm sure they quite enjoy it. that when people say, hey, look, there's a sociopath, and everyone says, oh my goodness, don't be silly, that's nonsense. You've jumping to conclusions, you don't understand. Have empathy, understand. Oh, you had a tough childhood, whatever, right? Oh yeah, that reminds me, someone talked very briefly about nature versus nurture. So there do seem to be some genetic predispositions towards sociopathy, but of course the epigenetics argument is that genes determine nothing. Genes plus environment plus some choice determine nothing. The arguments that it's environmental are very strong, very strong. So for instance, sociopathy 4% in the West, and it's been rising. Actually, it's doubled from 1975 to 1990. Sociopathy doubled during a time, of course, of enormous family upheaval, and divorce rate increased 300% and so on. So that's probably not entirely accidental. And there's just no way that if there was a genetic component that the genes would have doubled in 15 years. That's not going to happen. So that's sort of one argument against it. The other argument is that it's culture specific. So it's high in the West. In places like Taiwan, it ranges from like 0.3 to 0.035% or 0.03%. So many, many, many times lower in certain cultures than it is in other cultures. And some arguments are made that it's not specifically parenting, but it's largely cultural. So let's say you have a predisposition towards sociopathy and you have bad parents, but you live in a Buddhist, we are one kind of culture, then you might have to tamp down your sociopathy a lot more than you would have to otherwise. And so you still are, but you don't manifest and so on, right? I would also argue that where there's less freedom, there's less sociopathy in some ways, because, or you could say the sociopaths are resolutely in charge. And that's simply because if there's less freedom, then there's less of a hierarchy in terms of economics and politics. There's less capacity to dominate others, and so there's less motive for the sociopath to really act out. So it's culturally specific, and it doubled in 15 years, and so the argument that it's genetic and so on is, well, I think it's largely nonsense. But there do seem to be some genetic markers, but so what? I mean, some people have genetic markers for lung cancer, but if they don't smoke, they're fine. So, anyway. So, how do the sociopaths hide themselves? Well, I'm telling you what I would do if I were a sociopath and wanted to operate with impunity in society, in fact, with praise and envy and all that kind of stuff. I'll tell you what I would do. The first thing I would do is I would make the case that everyone has a conscience. Right? Since sociopathy is fundamentally not having a conscience and not being troubled by an absence of conscience, then the first thing that I'd want to convince everyone is that everyone has a conscience, and therefore there can't be sociopaths. And the way that I would do that is I would invent a concept called the soul, which everyone has, which can't be removed from the personality, and, which is the eternal essence carved off from the mind of an all-loving, eternal, virtuous God, and so on. And in this way, I'm saying everyone is a gazelle. Everyone has a conscience. So the idea of a soul is the idea that everyone has a conscience, that everyone has an eternal essence, a divine spark of virtue within them, and that is a fantastic camouflage. Fantastic camouflage, because the idea of the soul, of course, is that you're troubled by wrongdoing. The idea of the conscience is that you are unhappy if you do evil, and therefore people who aren't unhappy can't be doing evil. People who are untroubled can't be doing evil, because if you have a soul and you do evil, then you're Macbeth, right? Not the Macbeth who goes and slaughters all the king's enemies without losing any sleep, but the guy who listens to his wife and kills the king. And so, if people are untroubled, they must have a good conscience, because everyone has a conscience, and if you have a conscience and you do bad things, then you'll be troubled. But the scientific reality appears to be, very conclusively, that sociopaths are not troubled by the wrongs that they do at all. And they don't exhibit the kind of chaos and they're not as prone to addiction as borderlines, but they don't have a conscience, they don't miss a conscience, they don't want a conscience. And so the first thing that you'd want to do is say, everyone has a conscience. If you do wrong, your conscience troubles you, and that way they can sail through life with everyone thinking that they're not bad people because they don't exhibit any remorse or negative things, therefore they can't have done something wrong. The idea that there are the soulless among us is relegated to mythology, to fantasy, right? To vampires and zombies and other forms of undead. Well, the undead are ways of reminding us of the reality of a sociopathy without actually having to act on it, right? How many sociopaths surround teenage girls? Well, look at the popularity of the Twilight series. Right. A vampire can't see in the mirror, does no reflection, can change shape at will, and feasts off others, lives off others. Sociopaths don't farm, other than farming people. So that's the first thing that I would do, is try to convince everyone, and of course this has been enormously successful, convince everyone that everyone has a soul. That's my first camouflage. Now, the second thing that I would do is I would create categories of virtue or categories of competence that I could inhabit without actually having to achieve whatever virtue or competence is being portrayed or is necessary. So, if I wanted to dominate people intellectually, what I would do is I would create a PhD system or doctorate system. I would create Ivy League colleges, and then I could inhabit those categories called, he's got a PhD in philosophy from Harvard, and that way I could dominate people without actually having to be virtuous and wise. And, of course, interestingly enough, I would generally study and hail as great philosophers people who did not even remotely achieve what I portray as necessary to achieve. Certainly, Socrates had no PhD from Harvard. And so creating these categories would be an essential step in dominating people without having to actually achieve the virtue. So I create a category called doctor, where I'm now a competent doctor because I have achieved a piece of paper, and that would give me, of course, monopoly power. But it would also give people the illusion that I was competent because I had studied. And so when you look at the sort of the titles and the pieces of paper and the embossed crap on the walls and so on, these are all camouflages. I mean, the way that you would be judged a wise and virtuous man is through consistent wise and virtuous actions. And you wouldn't need a piece of paper to prove that you are wise and virtuous. Because, right? Like I can't go and print out a good husband certificate, give that to my wife and say, well, now you have to be happy because I've got a good husband certificate. No, I'm a good husband because I do loving, supportive, positive, helpful things on a consistent basis, and that's how I am a good husband. Similar to this show, I must show wisdom and intelligence and compassion and strength and conviction and so on in order to be of value to my listeners. I mean, if I went off and got a PhD from Harvard in philosophy, would that make my show better? Well, no. In fact, it would make it worse because I'd be spending more time jumping through those hoops than actually thinking and learning about the world and finding out how better to communicate things to people as a whole. So these categories that are set up in society, and the categories include things like president, prime minister, congressman, congresswoman, senator, right? Then a senator walks in the room, and it's the label, it's the category that is walking into the room, which conveys authority and dominance. I've never said to anyone, I'm right because I've studied. I will debate anyone on the Sunday shows. I'm happy to debate anyone, and I never say it's because I'm right because I've studied. It's the quality of my arguments in the moment. It's the quality of my interaction in the moment that matters. And so when you look at who wins in conflicts, particularly intellectual conflicts, who wins? Generally, we defer to the person who has a categorization, the person who has the piece of paper, the person who has whatever, right? Like, imagine being on TV and someone comes on the television as a pundit or somebody who's going to say something intelligent about things. Someone comes on the television and it says Joe Blow. It doesn't say anything underneath it. You know, president of X Policymaker Institute, past professor of law at the John F. Kennedy School of Government, aka here's how to take way too many pain medications and bang your secretaries by the pool at lunchtime when you swim naked, you freak. Anyway, imagine it was just so-and-so. Well, you say, well, why should I listen to this guy? You see? Well, you would listen to him because when he would open his mouth, he would say intelligent, insightful, valuable things. But no, you have to give people a reason why somebody is worth listening to, a reason why you should pay attention to them. That's all designed by sociopaths, guaranteed. Because if you actually have something of value to say, then you just say it and you do your thing. But if you need something external to yourself, something to advertise that you have something of value to say, well, I think it was that Marlon Brando took only one acting class from Stella Adler back in the day. And he didn't need a whole lot of pieces of paper because he actually brought that kind of competence. Did Freddie Mercury have to go to singing school? No, right? Did Russell Crowe have to graduate from the Royal Academy of Dramatic Arts? No, because they, right? So they don't need the categories because they have the thing itself. So wherever you see a proliferation of categories that convey dominance and authority, you are looking at the hiding places of sociopath, because they can pursue all. Right. So how is it that somebody would be deemed wise? Well, I think the way that you would be deemed wise is you would learn wisdom from a wise man or woman, and that wise man or woman would introduce you to the world as somebody who was wise and put their reputation on the line. Right. But some anonymous institution conveying upon you a diploma or a degree or a doctorate or whatever, I mean, what does that tell you? Right? Getting a PhD in philosophy from Harvard tells everyone a bunch of things that have nothing to do with philosophy. It tells people that you are good at getting a PhD called philosophy from Harvard. It doesn't tell anyone that you're good at philosophy itself. It just tells people that you're good at jumping through the hoops necessary to get a piece of paper with the word philosophy written on it. I am not a good philosopher because I did a master's in history with a focus on the history of philosophy at an Ivy League university in Canada. It doesn't make... All that tells you is that I was able to achieve that piece of paper. It doesn't tell you anything about whether I'm good at the thing itself. So the pursuit of the piece of paper tells you two things. It tells you, A, that the person is really good at doing whatever is necessary to achieve that piece of paper. And B, it tells you that they think it's really important for them to have that piece of paper. It tells you that it's really important for them to have that piece of paper. Why is it really important for them to have that piece of paper? Why? Well, because they want dominance without actually manifesting the qualities of superiority in a rational and empirical way. So that's really important as well. Now, the other thing is that sociopathy is all win-lose, right? See, to have a win-win negotiation, you need to have empathy for another person. To figure out, to be creative, to figure out how you can have a win-win interaction requires that you have empathy for the other person, or at least recognize that the other people have emotional needs equal to and as important as yours, so that you can design some sort of win-win thing. Now, if you don't have any empathy, if you don't have a conscience, you don't have any empathy, you can't have win-win. It's always win-lose. And yet you cannot portray it as win-lose, because that's revealing that you have no empathy. So the other thing that you have to do is you have to invent a whole load of analytical, abstract bullshit that covers up the reality of the win-lose interaction. And you know that other people are, in general, sentimental idiots with patriotic tapioca where their critical reasoning centers should be. And so you will create a whole load of kumbaya bullshit to cover up the win-lose nature of the society that you're in. And so you will talk about how government investment creates jobs, looking at the win side. Now, of course, economics, in its essence, is about not just the win, but the lose, right? I mean, Austrian economics really focuses praxeologically on the win-win negotiations, which is great, but economics is looking at the hidden costs of things, not just the visible benefits. Not just the jobs that the government creates, but the jobs that are not created or destroyed because the government has taken things from elsewhere. Now, the sociopath will only focus on the win side and will completely avoid, ignore, downplay, mock or attack anyone who talks about the lose side, because the sociopath wants to create the illusion that it's win-win when in fact it's win-lose. Because if the win-lose aspect is created, then the predatory nature of the sociopath is very clear. And this is why they invent words like taxes and patriotism and army and war and so on, rather than, theft, tax livestock farm, armed gang, and organized mass murder. If you reframe, right? So sociopaths live in language because you can manipulate language. It's you really can't manipulate reality. You can't, but you can manipulate language. And so sociopaths will, the PhD thing, I have a doctorate in philosophy from Yale. That is all a manipulation of language. Therefore I'm right, and therefore I have additional weight in this. How can you go against somebody who has a doctorate in economics from the Chicago School of right? Well, because the sociopath wants to create a language, because you can manipulate language, you can dominate through language while pretending that you're not dominating. And all of this is really, really important. The media, the media is entirely full of, the mainstream media is entirely full of verbally abusive sociopaths. Because they simply can't bring truth and reality to you. In particular, the truth and reality of the violence of the system. And anybody who's hiding the violence of the system is sociopathic, in my estimation. Right? You realize I can't diagnose. It's just my formulation. Because they're portraying something as... they're avoiding the reality of win-lose. And anybody who avoids the reality of win-lose is trying to avoid the reality of predation. And anybody who avoids the reality of predation is involved in that predation and therefore is sociopathic. So this is why you can't see pictures of dead Iraqis in the American media. What is it? It was an Onion article, I think it was. General Petraeus sex scandal. Americans shocked to still learn that we're still in Afghanistan. Well, this is all monstrous. Our sociopaths will call the forced caging and indoctrination of children education, molding people into a good citizen. Well, it means clipping their wings and hobbling them intellectually in the way that they used to hobble slaves to prevent them from running away. But it's called the exact opposite of what it is. And this is why sociopaths are so anti-philosopher, right? Because, good philosophers who truthfully identify the reality of the situation and call things as is called for, calls things by their proper names. So I'd like to make the case for you. There's a lot here to talk about. I want to see if people are interested in this topic. But I'd like to make the case for you that you live inside the predatory defenses of sociopathy. Why does a priest have value? Because he calls himself father. It's a complete emotional manipulation. And because he claims to have access to a piece of paper called a deity, which confers upon him even more authority than a PhD in discipline X from Harvard or Yale or whoever. I talked to God, God told me this, and therefore you must obey me. Well, that's win-lose. It's non-negotiation. Wherever you're in a situation where there's not a negotiation and you're in win-lose, you're in the realm of... Because you can only have win-lose if you lack empathy. You can only have win-lose and live with yourself if you have no conscience. And so, I mean, in the realm of religion, it's everywhere, of course, in the portrayal of the soul. And if you look at, I mean, the degree to which and child abuse scandals are covered up for years, and in the Boy Scouts, and in the church, and in athletic departments, and universities, and so on, this is because, I mean, the viciousness of the sociopath, it comes out when you recognize and confront the reality of the sociopath. I mean, they don't want to be visible. And this is where you get these pumping out of slander and innuendo and, you know, hate sites on the internet and so on. All of this stuff gets pouring out when sociopaths get anywhere close to being identified by anyone, where the awareness of the mental sociopath protecting cage of culture begins in any way, shape, or form to be exposed for what it is. The matrix is the mind of the sociopath, and that's where we live. When somebody begins to expose that for what it is, the human farm that we live in, ruled by predators with no conscience, whenever anybody begins to point out that the, quote, gazelle with the shaggy hair and the big teeth ain't a gazelle, well, this is the person who must be attacked, and it's actually a mark of pride. Right? If you're not harming the interests of any evil people, then you're not really doing any good. If you're not being attacked, you're not doing any good at all. You're just making noise. And so there's another category, perhaps the most important one, that sociopaths like to claim gives them virtue and authority innately, and that is of the parent. The parent. In this formulation, of course, the parent is correct because he or she is the parent, right? Honor thy mother and thy father. Well, you see, this is a fundamentally sociopathic statement, because if the mother and the father are honorable, then they don't need that to be said. I mean, that's particularly kids who grew up in proximity to parents and know the parents about as well as any human being can ever know anyone, with the exception of the parents knowing the child even more intimately. Although the child knows the parent even more deeply in many ways, even than the parent knows the child, because the child studies the parent much more closely than the parent studies the child. Although the parent does have the advantage of knowing the child in his infancy. But honor thy mother and thy father is pure sociopathy, because it is the ultimate camouflage. And this is why we have different standards for parents than we do for other members of society. It used to be honor thy husband, right? And then we sort of got rid of that, and it was honor the white man, and we got rid of that, and so on. But the honor thy mother and thy father, fundamental sociopathy, because it creates a separate moral category. And people can't, like, when you have these opposing moral categories that no, sometimes it seems no amount of clarity and willpower can drag people across, it's because you're living in the emotional defense, in the camouflage, in the tiger in the grass defenses of sociopathy. I mean, so we all understand that if you're married to a conscienceless monster, then you should get out. But if you are parented by a conscienceless monster or two, then, well, honor thy mother and thy father, right? You don't have those kinds of choices. It's the same thing with teachers, right? Teachers, you have to herd kids into public school teachers because the whole system is sociopathic. Because it is at the expense of children for the benefit of adults. It's complete win-lose. And the winning is a pension, which is just some material bullshit. But the losing is entire childhoods, entire integrities, entire sections of the brain that shut down and go dark, never to light again. But you have to listen because she's your teacher. You have to respect him because he's your father. You have to love her because she's your mother. Anytime you get these kinds of commandments, it's pure sociopathy. I don't need to say to my daughter every morning, repeat after me, you like your father. Repeat after me, you like your father. You have to obey me because God says so. You have to respect me because God says so. You have to honor me because it's a commandment. But that's just creating another category called father, just like PhD, just like what, which means that you have to respect the category because I can't earn the respect as an individual. So I'm going to crawl into the category and do it that way. So, I hope that this helps, and it's a very, very important topic for you to understand, I would certainly recommend the book The Sociopath Next Door. There's a bunch of other books which I can recommend if you want. But this is where we live. The Matrix is the defenses of the predators, known as sociopaths. And we used to have an older word for them. There's a word in Inuit which basically means he who knows the right thing to do but will not do it. And they mean the men who won't hunt, who just hang around the igloo village impregnating the women. And their solution is, they recognize it's incurable. And their solution is simply to take that person out on the ice and push them into the water and not rescue them. And we used to have an older word for this. We used to just call it evil, but of course that word has become less popular these days. Of course, evil people certainly want to downplay the possibility of evil unless they can externalize it and use imaginary and fictitious and made-up enemies overseas to scare you into surrendering your rights to them in the here and now. But this is the reality, that there are evil who are among us, who are unreformable, irredeemable, can't be fixed, who will prey upon you without a shred of conscience, without a shred of remorse, and don't want to be fixed, enjoy being predators, can't talk a lion into becoming a lamb, and that is the reality of the world that we live in. If you doubt me, simply look at the science, and this is the enemies that we have, and these are the enemies that we need to expose, and we will never have peace and freedom and liberty, and we will never have a free market until the sunlight that is the best disinfectant is turned upon these vampires. Thank you so much. Hi everybody, Stefan Molyneux from Free Domain Radio. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate your patience with some of the background noise and so on. I just generally do better podcasts when I'm not sitting staring at something. I don't know how some people do it, just sit there. Rush Limbaugh sits on his butt for like 3 hours straight. I just can't do it. I'm better walking around. I'm better doing other things. It just helps my brain kick into the highest gear it's capable of, so thank you for your patience. So this is the Fascists Around You, Part 3. So in Part 1 we looked at the susceptibility of people to be infected or inhabited by a sociopathic personality on the part of an authority figure and conform themselves to murderousness, to human destructiveness, if they felt they could get away with it, which is really about the externalization of conscience. In the second part, we talked about sociopathy, and I had some emails saying, well, the difference between sociopathy and psychopathy and so on, well, I mean, obviously look it up. I mean, I'm not competent to answer any of this. Psychopathy and sociopathy are terms that are often used interchangeably. The only distinction that I can really find is that sociopathy, or sociopaths, appear to have a bit more of a case of honor among thieves. I'm sort of reminded of when Mussolini really helped out Hitler before the Second World War. Hitler wrote him a note of absolutely fervent thanks and promises of eternal loyalty, which Hitler actually did fulfill, committing troops to North Africa, even at the expense of his Western expansion, and it was one of the things that helped to bring him down. So there may be more of an honor code among sociopaths, whereas psychopaths are, even more impulsive and so on. But to me, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it doesn't really matter what the fine distinctions are of different kinds of evil. Now, of course, the question of evil brings up the question of nature versus nurture, and there's no clear answers, apparently, on this. There are genetic markers, but a brain researcher found that he had all the genetic markers of sociopathy, but actually of psychopathy, but he had a wonderful childhood, and he was not a psychopath, at least not the traditional one. But he had the genetic markers, and he also had the brain scan that indicated almost pure psychopathy in the brain. The dark centers of impulse control and the dark centers around emotional learning and so on. So he had all the markers, but he himself, of course, was not a psychopath in a clinical sense. He just had all the biology of it. But he'd had a wonderful childhood. There do seem to be some indications that there is some, like if you have a good childhood and you're a natural-born psychopath, then you're more likely to be on the slightly shady end of the business world, never end up in prison and so on. Whereas if you have a violent upbringing and you're a psychopath, then you end up as, a criminal and violent and so on. Now, there are some traits where decisiveness and, in a sense, a lack of empathy can be very helpful. I mean, I don't know if I'd ever be comfortable hacking over, even with all the training in the world, hacking open someone's throat in an emergency, but you want a surgeon to be cold, cool, and calculated when a sudden operation is needed and so on, right? Even cutting into someone makes most people pretty squeamish, but surgeons, you kind of want them to be unencumbered by an excess of empathy for your appendix or whatever. So, now, as to why there are these people, well, it seems that there's some sort of theories around social reproductive strategy, that as long as you don't have too many psychopaths, then the scatter your seed reproductive strategy has some value, right? So instead of having a few kids in a pair bond relationship and nurturing them very closely, you have a whole bunch of kids which you then abandon, and you just, cross your fingers and see which ones grow up as far as your genetic markers go. You're keeping your genes reproducing. DNA photocopying, job one. So there is certainly some reproductive strategies. I can certainly also imagine that a tribe of empaths, right, a tribe of people who are empathetic and raised peacefully and so on, in the Hobbesian state of nature way back in the distant past, or in many places in the world, the not-so-distant past or distant present, that those without any remorseless, conscienceless ability to kill would be at a disadvantage in the endless violent competition for resources that characterized pre-civilization. And when I say pre-civilization, I pretty much mean the civilization that we're in right now. Civilization will be when we've finally gotten rid of the state and of superstition, religiosity, so we're in pre-civilization, but even more pre-civilization. So you want a minority of people who are going to be able to kill without conscience in order to protect you from other tribes who have a minority of these people. But at the same time, you don't want to be entirely composed of these people, because you'll never get any farming done, right? You have no tolerance for the low stimulus job of actually staying alive. So I certainly can see that, if there's a genetic basis to it, that it would not be something that would be weeded out. But you would achieve a balance of a few percentage points of people who have no conscience. It's a viable reproductive strategy, and it's a useful strategy for defense of the tribe and for attacking others. You want to go to war with, the cold-blooded rather than with Leo Buscaglia. Now, that having been said, sociopaths and psychopaths in the military don't tend to do very well. So, because they don't follow the chain of command, they're impulsive, they put people in danger. So, for instance, in the bomb disposal units, the sort of Hurt Locker group, in the bomb disposal units, and they've done some studies of this, in the bomb disposal units, you really need to be careful, and you need to not be fearless. That's not sensible, it's not rational. And those people tend to get weeded out pretty quickly, either by the tests that they give people, or by reports from superiors, or by, I guess, the bombs themselves. They're called cowboys, and they're considered to be a negative, and so on. So, at least in the modern military, the sort of conscienceless, impulse-driven, remorseless, hair-trigger kind of person doesn't really seem to do that well in that structure. So, but in the past, when war was a little bit less organized, so to speak, I could see there being some value in that. But one of the most amazing things about personality, genetics, epigenetics, and environment, and all of that, is that our genes listen very closely to our environment starting from birth. If you have a calm mother with sufficient nutrition, that forms your genes one way. If you have a stressed mother and there's lots of loud noises and there's insufficient nutrition, then the personality adapts to a situation of win-lose conflict, shortage of resources, and so on. And so it adapts itself to be dominant and violent and hair-trigger and not particularly thinking of the consequences, and to have a high and early sexual drive, right? So to start experimenting with sex around puberty and sometimes even before, and to be more prone to rape and assault and things like that, because you're in a situation where there probably are a lot of other people around like that, all competing for scarce resources, and so win-win negotiations and peace and cooperation and handshakes and all that, probably not going to be your best strategy. So I can certainly see why those genes would not have been weeded out. Of course, I, like anybody else who studied this, can't get to you're a psychopath in the same way you have red hair. It doesn't matter. You know, your environment doesn't matter. You end up with red hair because if that's the genetics, or blue eyes or whatever. And nobody can make that statement with any confidence. There, of course, is increases in sociopathy. There's culturally specific gradations of sociopathy, and there are influences among parents. Look, it's hard to falsify and it's hard to prove, and I remain mildly agnostic, tending towards environment, because whenever anybody talks about genetics without talking about epigenetics, then that is a confirmation bias. Because if you talk about genetics like, well, this is the way that the sperm and the egg combined, this is the way the DNA fell out, and that's it. It's, you know, it's set in stone. The genes are like an asteroid and the personality is like a crater. Whenever they don't talk about the adaptability of genes, prenatal, postnatal, to environment, to stimulus, and particularly when people talk about twin studies without pointing out that the twins shared a womb and shared the same mother, who was probably in a great deal of stress because she was going to give up her kids. And also if they don't talk about the fact that in most twin studies the twins are together for at least a year before they're separated, and that they probably go to similar sociocultural backgrounds, all that kind of stuff. I mean, if people don't talk about that, then they're really misleading people. I mean, this is a fundamental falsehood. On the other hand, you know, there do seem to be, you know, there are 3 brothers and 2 of them are fine, and one of them is a sociopath or whatever, and the parents say we did everything the same. Was there a coach who molested? Was there a priest? Was there... Who knows, right? Again, you can't really determine these things. But I am aware that if untraceable people might have abused the child, then, you know, maybe it was an early babysitter who just focused on torture on one because he was the youngest. Who knows, right? But I'm very aware that that's a slippery slope, because then whatever anybody comes up with that appears to be genetic, you could say, well, it's epigenetics, and if epigenetics doesn't work, you can say, well, there's abuse that wasn't recorded, and it becomes something which is unfalsifiable. And the moment it becomes unfalsifiable, then it's not really very helpful to discuss. So I'm aware of that, and I want to sort of be clear about that. But I tend more towards environment. There does seem to be, it does seem to be that it's genes plus abuse that is the deciding factor. That seems to be the consensus of the most recent articles that I've read. The sort of 2012 articles that I've read. Other researchers believe that it's genes plus environment. And since we can't control genes, so we can only control our environment, then, of course, it's incumbent upon parents to focus on giving the very best possible experience for their children, blah, blah, blah. Now, so that all having been said, this sort of a brief, obviously amateur overview, but let's dig into some of the real meat of the matter. I'm going to make the case that sociopathy, evil, is fundamentally underreported. And this show, Free Domain Radio, has done a lot, I think, to expose that and to bring that into the forefront. And I'll tell you why, but sort of let me briefly point out the argument that, one of the key arguments for that. So one of the key arguments for bringing about a peaceful and free society is called the against me argument. So if somebody supports the state, they support statism, the government, then they are supporting the use of violence against you for disagreeing with them. So somebody says, well, I think Social Security is great. Well, then you should pay into Social Security, you should give them your money and so on. Or I'm a supporter of the Iraq War. Well, you should do this, you should do, go ahead and do it. If I am not a fan of Social Security and I'm not a fan of the Iraq War and I wish to act on my conscience, then statists support, encourage, praise, revere armed men in costumes coming to my house, shooting me if I resist and locking me in a cage if I don't. So, if you're a statist, you support the use of violence against me. Now, that's an argument that is hard for people to process emotionally because, we all grew up with all this propaganda about how law is virtue and the state is there to help and so on, right? But the against me argument points out or shows the necessary consequences of supporting a centralized coercive hierarchy. The necessary consequences of supporting the state are that you encourage and praise and think is really wonderful the initiation of violence against people who disagree with you and wish to act on their own conscience. If you like socialized medicine, then you should pay in the government to do socialized medicine. I consider it immoral and enormously unproductive, but if I act on my conscience, if you're a statist, then you support me being thrown in jail. And if I resist being thrown in jail, you support me being shot. If I attempt to defend myself against armed people forcing me to follow your standard of virtue. Now, the against me argument is very powerful. It's very powerful. And it's powerful not because it converts people to voluntarism or anarchism and so on. I mean, it does that occasionally. But it's very powerful in exposing people who don't have empathy or who lack empathy, let's say, to some degree or another. And the reason for that is, of course, that if somebody is driving an ATV and they come up and chat with you and they drive their ATV onto your foot. Let's say the ground's kind of squishy, so it doesn't smash your foot up, but it's really painful. They drive the ATV onto your foot. And they don't know it, let's say. Or you assume they don't know it. And you say, "Dear God in heaven, you just drove your ATV on my foot. Can you move it?" If they say, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," and they jump off the ATV, lift it up, so they don't spin it and hurt your toes or whatever, and they walk you to the house and they drive you to the hospital and you get an x-ray and they're just so apologetic. Well, clearly this was an accident. This was harm to you that was unknown to the perpetrator. You can't charge that person with assault because clearly it's an accident. I mean, unless they're unbelievably fantastic actors and are doing something for which they have no motive, then it's an accident. They didn't know. They didn't know. They didn't know. Now, the against me argument states or reveals to people the basic fact that they have an ATV on your foot. It's called the state. They have an ATV that is crushing your foot, and it's called the state. Now, I'm fully willing to accept that the vast majority of people have no idea. Like, they just have never made that connection. Propaganda and all that, endless amounts of avoidance of this basic and essential topic that the state is violence, that it's just never occurred to them that they support the use of violence against you, the initiation of violence against you. So, they're driving the ATV called the state, and when they stop it, it's on your foot. So the against me argument is saying, you have an ATV on my foot, and it really, really fucking hurts. Now, somebody who has empathy, somebody who has moral sensitivity, somebody who is a reasonably lettered and mature and wise, didn't say educated, it can go quite the opposite direction, but empathetic human being, will be troubled by the fact that he's supporting the use of violence against you. He will be troubled by that. Because the logic is so obvious. Of course you want me thrown in jail for not paying taxes, for not obeying your chosen gang of thugs, for acting on my own conscience, for wishing to live free of violence. Of course you support the use of violence against me. If you support taxation, you support the use of violence against me. If you support what is commonly called regulation, then you support the use of violence against me. If you support the Federal Reserve, then you support the use of violence against me. And theft of me. If you support the national debt, you support the use of violence against my daughter. I mean, nobody supports the national debt, but if you accept the national debt. If you support public schools, then you support the use of violence against parents to not pay for that which they may find morally repugnant and reprehensible. If you support foreign aid, then you support taking money from the poor people of rich nations and giving it to the rich thugs of poor nations, and so on. Now, most people don't make this connection. The against me argument can, in a very concise and powerful way, make this argument. You now know that you support the use of violence against me. Now, somebody who has empathy is troubled by that. And they may be troubled by that on a number of levels. And I really want to spend a few minutes on this because it's really important to understand what I mean when I say that sociopathy is vastly underdiagnosed in society. Now, the first level of empathy, if I use the against me argument against Bob, the first level of empathy is for Bob to say, I can get that your perspective would be troubling for you. That if you believe that I support the use of violence against you, I can really understand that that would be troubling for you. Now, that's not a concession that he does, but that's the basis of empathy, which is to understand where someone is coming from, even if you don't agree with them. I can understand that if you believe that immigrants take your jobs and run up your tax bill, I can understand and I can accept that you would be troubled by the presence of immigrants in your community. I can understand if you believe that blacks are crazy violence prone and breed like rabbits and abandon their children, that you would have a negative view of blacks. Right, so this is, I empathize with where your thoughts have led you. I'm not saying that I agree with your thoughts, but I empathize with where your thoughts have led you. So I can understand, so if I say we should have a society without a government, in fact we must for it to be called a society, and people say, well, you know, axe murderers and the roads and education and healthcare and blah, 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 none of these things will be provided. It's like, well, I can understand that if you believe that only the government can provide these solutions, and if you do not understand or accept that the government is the initiation of force and therefore immoral, in other words, if you think it is both moral and the only way to provide these things, then I can understand that if I argue that we shouldn't have a government, it will translate in your head into we should have no roads, the poor should die in the streets, we should let evil people take over society, gang, the biggest, most violent gang should rule. Like, if you believe that the government provides, you know, peace, security, stability, charity, and if only the government can provide this, and there's no moral problem with the government providing this because of the social contract, or you vote people in, or love it or leave it, or whatever, then I can understand that the arguments for anarchism for you will translate into a vastly negative social experience. Your conception of what society looks like will be terrible. It's like I said, if we should have houses made out of jets of flame, I can understand that this would not be very appealing to you. So, as far as empathy goes, I can empathize with people's perceptions, even if I violently disagree with their beliefs. Violently may not be the right word for somebody who's, if I strongly disbelieve, if I with certainty disbelieve in their perspective, or if I know that their perspective is wrong, right, then I can understand why people would be very troubled by arguments that I or other people put forth. If you believe that without the government, corporations will run society because you've watched any of the infinite propagandistic variations on Blade Runner or No to Mankind, if you believe that in the absence of government, the unfettered power of concentrated economic interests will turn us all into medieval serfs, then I can understand that a stateless society to you would be to be forever enslaved in the brainchild of Steve Jobs' Chinese sweatshop factory of suicide. Got it. So what I'm proposing is hugely negative for you because you have erroneous perceptions. So I can empathize with the results of your erroneous perceptions, even though I accept that they're erroneous. Empathize does not mean sympathize. Sympathize is, oh my goodness, you got into a car accident. I sympathize with that. I mean, if I had been in the same situation, that would be terrifying, that would be scary, that would be, somebody hit your car out of nowhere. How awful. That's sympathy. Empathy is, oh, you're trying to cheat me. I empathize with that. I get that you're trying to cheat me. I don't sympathize with it. I'm not going to, right? You're trying to troll me. I empathize with that. Your desire to do damage, your desire to cause problems, your desire to vent your own self-hating frustrations by disrupting the peaceful lives and minds of virtuous people. I understand that. I empathize with that. I am not going to condone it. I am not going to sympathize with it. Empathy is simply correctly experiencing another person's emotions. And sympathy is correctly experiencing other people's emotions and saying, if I were in your position, I would feel the same way, and that's fair and just and right. So empathy is simply empathy is like understanding someone else's language, right? I empathize with people who speak English because I can understand English. That doesn't mean I agree with everything that everyone who speaks English says. It just means that I can understand what they're saying. And so empathy is to understand and to correctly experience somebody else's emotions, and in particular, their emotional intent. Right? So if you have a stalker, you are afraid of that stalker, that is empathetic, because the stalker is, out to scare you and, possibly do you harm and is deranged and so on, right? I correctly am identifying the negative, the danger, the harm that can come from somebody else's emotional state. That's empathizing with someone. It's not the same as sympathizing. I just want to point that out. So the first level is for someone to say, wow, that is a startling argument. Would be self-empathy. That is a startling argument. It's not insane, right? It's not, you are ruled by the Lizard King. You can do anything. It's not that. It's not an insane argument, the against me argument. It's a startling argument. It's a surprising argument. And self-empathy would be to be both startled by the argument and in a sense shocked that you've never heard it before, even though it's credible. And then that is, of course, to realize the degree to which you have been propagandized. So that's really important to understand. It is a tear in the fabric of the matrix. Because since it's true, and it's obviously true, and it's never been spoken of, then you get a clear sense of the degree to which you've been propagandized when you first encountered the against me argument. And this could be any number of arguments, right? But against me is really important. It's really powerful for this. So the second empathy, which is a kind of self-empathy, is that is a really startling and unnerving argument that I, who think of myself as a peaceful person, might openly support the use of violence against you, the initiation of force against you, for following your own conscience. That is an unnerving and alarming argument on many, many levels. That would be another form of empathy. Empathy, of course, is also in how we present the against me argument and so on. So that is another level of empathy. Now, the third level of empathy would be to say, this must be a very difficult argument for you to have accepted, right? So if I say this to Bob, then Bob can certainly say, that is a startling argument. I've never heard that before. I'm just trying to put myself in your shoes. If you genuinely believe this, and there's reasons to believe that it's true, because I can't think of an argument against it right away, this must be a very unsettling and challenging place for you to live in, knowing or believing with some significant justification that people around you who claim to be peaceful are actually supporting violence against you. That would be another kind of empathetic argument. Now, another layer, we can skip a couple of layers here. I don't want to labor this as usual, but I think the sine qua non of empathy, the meridian, the pinnacle of empathy, would be to sit and process the against me argument for a minute or two, or to raise some questions or objections, and to listen to the responses. And then it would be to say, wow, I just feel like you've gently massaged open a third eye in my forehead that can see a million miles into the past, into the future, into the hearts and minds of those around me, into the society that I live in, and into myself, because I cannot reject the basic argument that you have made. Maybe I will tomorrow, maybe I'll find some ingenious disproof of it in a week, but right now, I'm sitting here stunned with the reality that I support violence. I'm sitting here stunned that I, who praise myself as a peaceful, liberal moderate, and who's anti-war and who's anti-violence and who campaigns against child abuse, that I actually support the violence, support the initiation of violence against other people, against you, my fellow human being sitting across the table from me. That is an unbelievably shocking argument. I absolutely cannot refute it, to my knowledge, at the moment, and I can't think of how I might refute it because it's so obvious. I am supporting the initiation of force against you when I support taxation and regulation and debt and fiat currency and government as a whole. I can't fathom how a society might work without it, but there is a huge moral problem that is at the core of my thinking that I've never heard of before, and that tells me a lot about the entire intellectual environment that I'm in. It's a terrifying argument, and I really want to tell you something. I really want to tell you something, says Bob. I want to tell you that I'm really, really sorry for having an ATV on your foot that I didn't know about. I'm really, really sorry that I have unwittingly, unknowingly, but it's such an obvious argument that I can't claim to have no responsibility whatsoever in the matter. I'm very sorry that I have spent years and years supporting the use of violence against my fellow citizen, against my brothers and sisters, against my fellow human beings, that I have been a tool of violence, that I have been a supporter of violence, and that I have not stopped to examine the alternatives. I have not stopped to question my own moral principles. I have not allowed the increasing empirical evidence of the problems of statism to put even the slightest dent in my obsidian-like biosphere of propaganda, prejudice, and illusion. I'm very sorry that I have for many years proclaimed both publicly and privately the efficacy and value of violence. I feel ashamed. I feel that I have done an enormous disservice to the future. I feel that I have done an enormous disservice to every cause that I hold dear by openly waving a bloody flag in praise of guns, in praise of prisons, in praise of drones and bombs and aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines, in praise of the incarceration of the innocent, in praise of the enslavement of the unborn. I am shocked, and I am appalled, and I am devastated that I have supported the institutional expansion of violence across what I thought I was creating a green and peaceful world. I am appalled that I have been marching, goose-stepping in the phalanx of master-worshipping, whip-bearing slaves when I thought I was the Pied Piper leading us to a peaceful future. I am appalled not only that I have been used, but that I have allowed myself to be used without question. And that my first impulse with you, Steph, was to violently reject everything that you were saying, because I must examine the possibility that part of me loves to serve this immorality, that part of me worships this devil, this silver-horned devil in a deep yellow saffron monk's robe, this thief who is the pretense of generosity, this thug who is the pretense of charity, this murderer who is the pretense of a liberator. that I love the words and ignore the deeds. That I fall lockstep with everybody else, marching and herding, in particular the young, off the cliff into war and debt and slavery. All the while proclaiming my love of humanity and my care and concern for the young and for peace and for the future. And now I fear what might happen if I stop marching and break ranks and actually begin to even contemplate acting upon the knowledge that you have given me, which I resent and fear and need. That would be some level of empathy that is still largely in the realm of self-empathy, but it is an acceptance. And the last level of empathy, sorry, I said this was the highest, the last one is really where you focus on, this would take a while to process yourself, is where you focus on the other person. What is it like for you to have this knowledge? What is it like for you to look around the world and see that most people openly, happily, patriotically, cheeringly, marching bandedly, votingly support the use of violence against you? Right, so the experiments to do with pushing the electrocution button and killing people with heart conditions or putting them into that risk category, these are people who are shocked and horrified when the truth is revealed to them. That they just allowed somebody in a white coat to tell them to murder someone, and that most of them went ahead and did it. Not happily, but went ahead and did it. Now, the against me argument is far more fundamental than these experiments, than the Stanford prison experiment, than the Milgram experiments. Because what you're doing is you are revealing to people that you are allowing, that they are allowing people in white coats to have them support violence against their fellow citizens, bombs against the foreign, the selling of the unborn, the wholesale slaughter of the, quote, enemies. That this is not, well, you're pushing a button and you put someone at risk. You put too many volts in them. Or, you thought you did. People are horrified and they're sweating and they're uncomfortable. But such is the efficacy and power of propaganda that when the against me argument or other arguments for a voluntary society are revealed to people, how many of them even blink? How many of them are even troubled by this revelation that through their support of the state, they are bringing down the hammer fist of their approval on the endless violence and predations and theft and evil of the state? So the people who are revealed to have participated in a potential murder are shocked, horrified, and appalled. And a number of them wrote afterwards that they were actually happy to have this knowledge, painful though it was, because it revealed to them the degree to which they had externalized their conscience and could be led into immorality. The against me argument is the Milgram experiment at an interpersonal level, written about 1,000-fold more powerfully. Did you know that by praising the state, by accepting the necessity of the state, that you are supporting the use of violence against me? I'm good with that, most people say. Yeah, and how? No, I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. Well, what's your argument against it? Oh, just this is silly and histrionic. Forget about it. I mean, it's too crazy. Imagine if that had been the responses of people to the Milgram experiment. You just allowed somebody in a white coat to have you push a button that would almost certainly have killed someone. That you allowed yourself to be turned into a murderer because somebody in a white coat was murmuring at your elbow. And people said, yeah, I'm good with that. How the hell else are people supposed to learn? And it wasn't murder. Guy knew what he was doing. He was there. That's what a sociopath would say. That's what a sociopath would say. As one sociopath memorably said, Yeah, I got into a fight. The guy pulled a knife on me. I grabbed it, jammed it into his eyeball. He just ran around screaming like a baby. What a jerk. Serves him right. But you understand what I'm saying here. And why this series is called The Fascists Around You. Not the fascist over there. Not the occasional fascist you meet in your life. Not the 4% of fascists. But if you did the Milgram experiment and you showed to someone that they were participating in violence that caused people's death, and they said, that's exactly as it should be, I praise this system, I want this system, and anybody who argues against this system is immoral and dangerous and bad. And it's the only way to get people to learn is through violence. People don't respond to anything else. That's what they need, and I'm happy to participate. That would be, in my opinion, sociopathic. But what does the against me argument reveal about those around you? They praise the system. They're not shocked. They're not appalled. They're not dismayed. They don't pause. So my argument, and again, I'm just using these words in an amateur context, but my argument is that when you use the against me argument, anybody who's not troubled, anybody who defends, anybody who counterattacks, is sociopathic in their relationship to the state. And how many people, when you use the against me argument, are troubled? I don't mean that they're sociopaths. I have no capacity to judge anybody at that technical level. But it seems to me that a strong argument could be made that relative to the state, anybody who rejects the against me argument and defends the use of violence against you for the peaceful following of your own conscience has a sociopathic relationship to the state. Has an empathy-less relationship to the state and its effects. So when I say that sociopathy is vastly underreported in society, this is kind of what I'm talking about. When you show people that when they support the state, they support the initiation of violence. They support the murder, because all laws are murder-based. All laws are murder-based. Every threat the state makes is based on murder. They have to be willing to kill you in order to get you to obey them. Otherwise, you would just kind of ignore them. They have to be willing to escalate the enforcement of every single law and regulation to the point of murder in order for it to have any credibility whatsoever. If you resist long enough, if you try to defend yourself, you will be killed. I mean, I'm not saying that cops want to do that. My God, I mean, it's horrible. But that is the reality. So it's directly analogous to the Milgram experiment, except you're pointing out that people have already been pushing that button for many, many, many years. And it's not just actors who've pretended to be in pain, but millions of people who've died, hundreds of thousands of people who've been incarcerated and raped and beaten and shivved. So we're not talking about a theoretical, we're talking about an actual. We're not talking about an experiment, we're talking about a reality. A reality. This is not a gotcha. This is a you've done it to statists, which I had to confront in myself. Being a minarchist, I had to confront that in myself, that I had supported the use of violence against people who disagreed with me. That I had served evil by justifying it in principle. So the Milgram experiment is like one grain of sand on the beach of the against me argument. And how many people are shocked by their support of evil? How many people even take a pause? Or how many people praise? Right? The state is necessary to educate people. Violence is necessary to educate people, and it won't happen any other way. It's exactly the same way as saying, to learn these word associations, these assholes need to be shocked. They need to have high voltage run through them. There's no other way to do it. In order for people to have some comfort in their old age, in order for people to have some money in their old age, we have to steal from people, and we have to throw people in jail who don't want to pay, and we have to shoot them if they resist us. There's no other way to do it. This is the world that we live in. How many people are troubled by their support, active, open support of murder to organize charity, of murder to organize education, of murder to organize healthcare? How many people, when you show that they have blood on their hands, leap back and try and wash it off? And how many people smile and lick their fingers? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you really see what I'm saying? I'm going to give you another example. It doesn't have to be about politics. Let's say that your parents spanked you. A spanking is an act of unempathy. Do I even need to go into why? You're turning somebody else's nervous system against them. You're turning innocent child's body against them. You are assaulting them. You are attacking them. You are terrifying them. You are harming them. If your parents mistreated you as a child, and you go to them as an adult, and you say, I have some significant issues with how I was treated as a child. Maybe you did a lot of stuff right, but there's some stuff you did seriously wrong, and I'm still living with those repercussions. How many parents respond to this in an open and positive way? I don't mean without any trouble, without any difficulty. Of course, nobody likes to hear that kind of stuff. It's difficult. Criticism is very difficult. Criticism from your children is very difficult. So I'm not saying, oh, wow, how wonderful, thank you for your feedback. I couldn't be happier that you've blah, 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 right? I mean, how many parents will respond to this in a positive way over time to look into it? Now, some will. I don't want to paint with too broad a brush. I've certainly heard reports of some parents who have opened their hearts up, who've talked, who've gone into therapy, whose kids have gone into therapy. They've paid for the kids to go into therapy. They've read books. They've tried to undo the damage. They've acknowledged faults. They've dealt with their own, talked about their own histories. They've, had a quantum leap forward in the psychosocial development of the family tree. Massive leap forward, light years forward. Massive kudos and praise to those people. And there are some people who accept and recognize the against me argument and are horrified that the angel they see in the mirror is holding up the halo with two big fucking flaming horns and a pitchfork and the head of the young and the body of the future lying bleeding on the bathroom floor. Some people do. It's not many. It's really not many. Which is kind of important. I don't know what the success rate is, or the illumination rate is, of the against me argument. I know that in my own life, it's less than 1%. I would imagine, this is certainly, of course, not scientific, but based upon 30 years of talking about tax as the initiation of force, and 6 or 7 years of running this conversation, thousands and thousands of emails, board posts, tens of thousands of YouTube comments, immense amounts of feedback on the arguments that I've put forward, it would seem to me that the success of the against me argument is about 1% or a little less than 1%. The success rate of the talking to your parents about problematic things that happened as a child is higher than the against me argument. I'm not going to, it's single digits, I think, but it certainly is higher than the against me argument. But if the success of the against me argument is 1%, then 99% of people are praising and justifying and continuing to praise and justify, even after illumination, the institutional initiation of force against peaceful people. Like, once somebody can prove to you that slavery is evil, and you say, well, this is how it has to be. There's no other way to pick crops. The slaves deserve it. We won. They lost. They can't support themselves. They can't do anything for themselves. We need to be in charge. And anybody who suggests that slavery is immoral is irresponsible and evil. Would that not be a sociopathic response to the question of slavery? Because we create choice through moral illumination, right? If you've never heard the against me argument, you're not responsible for it. Once you've heard it, you're responsible. In a very real sense, the spread of philosophy is the creation of the self-knowledge of immorality. This is why people dislike philosophy so much. Why did you drop this argument in my lap? Before I had this argument, I had no doubt about the virtue of my position and no doubt about the centralized necessity of violence in society. In fact, it wasn't even violence. It was violence like an appendectomy is violence. It was for the greater health of society, and what is the alternative? War of all against all, nature red in tooth and claw, blah, blah, blah. So, philosophy kind of creates evil in people's minds through the spread of virtuous arguments and the resulting moral responsibility that accrues to those on the receiving end of those arguments. Right? So, if sociopathy is to have no conscience, and when you point out to people that they support and praise violence against you for disagreeing with them, and they continue to support and praise it, is that not the very definition of not having a conscience, of not having empathy? And this is why I will make the case. I'm making the case. I'm not proving the case, you understand. I'm making the case, and I'm certainly interested in your feedback. It's a chilling thought. I'm making the case that statism is sociopathy. Statism is sociopathy. And if you want to know the number of sociopaths in society, look at the number of statists in society. I do want to be clear to differentiate this rather horrifying proposition. I do believe that people can be split. And I believe that statists can be very nice to their children. I really do. Now, tragically, by being statists, they are supporting the selling off of their children to international banksters and so on, and they are supporting war, which may claim the lives of their children and so on, right? So there are the unintended consequences of their statism is not kind to their children. National debt, the social security Ponzi scheme around the world, the massive unemployment, student debt, all of the statist crap that so harshes the buzz of the young. But at an individual level, statists can be very nice to their children. A lot of statists have committed to not spanking their children, to raising them peacefully, and so on. So I don't mean that when I say statism is sociopathy, I don't mean that every statist is a pure, unadulterated sociopath. I have no way of making that claim. But what I am saying is that statism is sociopathy with regards to institutionalized violence, because it is praised and justified, and even when illuminated, is defended, and its expansion is praised. It is an area in people's life where they are sociopaths about that subject. If you read the literature on sociopathy, you will read countless examples where the psychologist or the psychiatrist will attempt to probe the sociopath's empathy for his victims. And the sociopath will not have any empathy for the victims. Or they will attempt to probe remorse. Is there any remorse for the actions? And unless the sociopath is trying to get parole and trying to pretend that he has remorse, there isn't any. And it would be fascinating, of course, to do an experiment where you would wire people up and to the against me argument and figure out what parts of their brains fired or not. My guess is it would be similar to a sociopath with victims. Because statism has direct and literal consequences. Direct and literal and violent consequences. If you're a statist, then you support the war on drugs. If you support the war on drugs, you're supporting murder. you're supporting incarceration. You're supporting the re-traumatization of already traumatized people. You're supporting theft. You're supporting predation. You're supporting gangs. These are the direct effects of your beliefs. Right? So there are very real consequences. Now, they're more abstract consequences than I stuck a knife in the guy's eye. So I get that there's, right, this is sociopathy in the abstract. At least it remains abstract until it's kind of deeply pointed out, so to speak. And of course, the vast majority of people who are statists would never imagine or would never contemplate and would probably be violently ill to even consider using the kind of violence that they condone in the state. They would never go and rob people. They would never hold a gun to people. They would never, I mean, the idea of, right? So at a personal level, they're probably quite nice people. And among their own tribe, they are probably very helpful, very kind. That they bake lasagnas for people whose parents are ill and all that. They're probably very nice people because that's their tribe, right? We're kind of not designed to be virtuous in the abstract because the abstract is like the other tribe, right? So we're really not designed to be virtuous in that way. And this is one of the reasons why statism is so dangerous, is that we all have a tendency, I think, to be more or less sociopathic in the abstract. It takes a lot of philosophy to counter that tendency. And so statism is a kind of abstract way of dealing with people. It's really easy to bypass the aggression and to swallow the propaganda and so on, because we don't see it. And so it's out of our field of vision, and it's really tough to be virtuous in the abstract and to apply the principles of the everyday to the social and to the general. And this is why people can fully support statism and fully support murder and be appalled that anybody would even question their support of murder. And they do all of that. And yet, if they saw a murder, they would be appalled and horrified, and they would call the cops, and they would testify, and all that kind of stuff, right? And this is what I mean when I say that in the abstract, we have a very strong tendency as a species towards sociopathy. And look, if you don't agree with me, and please don't, please don't agree with me for anything that I say. I think I've put together a pretty strong case. But if you don't agree with me, that's fantastic. I mean, I would like to be wrong about this. I mean, if this, almost anything that I'd like to be wrong about, it would be this. There's many other things I'd love to be wrong about, and I come to with great reluctance. But I must hold fast to the mast of empiricism. Maybe I suck at making the case for philosophy and virtue. I'm perfectly willing to accept that, and I would love it if I did suck. It would be great. In other words, if other people could, if you could do the against me argument in a way that really worked and illuminated people and got them to back off from their support of the abstract murder machine called the state, I think that would be fantastic. I would love to suck at this. Oh, wouldn't that be great? Oh, delightful, delicious, and perfect. I am in hot pursuit of the self-sucking, much like a limber teenage gymnast, male. But if you doubt this, there's easy proof, as I've said for many, many years. There's very easy proof. A very easy test, not necessarily proof, but there's a very easy test. And the very easy test is this. Simply go and make the against me argument to people in your life, to good people in your life, to people you are doubtful about in your life, whatever it is. If you doubt this, if you doubt the case that statism is sociopathy, fantastic. Go make the case and let me know how it goes. Go make the case. That will only take you about 2 minutes. Go make the case that people around you, people who love you, or who say that they love you, that they actually support the use of violence against you for following your conscience, for being peaceful. That they embrace and accept and praise the use of violence against peaceful people, including you, especially you. Make that case. It's a very easy case to make. logically. And they don't have to agree with every particular, but they do at least have to understand that this is where you're coming from, and it's not a terrible case. It's not like, you're not saying we're ruled by lizard kings. It's not a terrible case. And see if they respond in an empathetic and hopefully sympathetic way. Right? Almost everything that I put forward, I try to provide evidence-based verification that is independent of me. Right? That's very important to me. I don't want anybody to accept what I'm saying because I'm saying it. I don't. And you shouldn't either, of course, right? I don't even need to say it. It's an insult to you that it even needs to be said, and I apologize for that, and that's not necessary. But if I'm making this case, then you can verify and validate this case. And I want you to, right? Now, if you feel a great deal of fear in bringing this up with other people around you, that's an important thing to know. It's a very important thing to know. That tells you a lot about where you are and your fear that it might be true. It may be, in fact, not just your fear, but your knowledge that it is true. But make the case. Prove me wrong. And if you've got a great way to make the case, school me. You know, call me up on a Sunday show. Call me up. I'll do a listener convo. I'll broadcast it as far as I can. If statism is not sociopathy, then there's a way to get people to empathize with the victims of statism, including the person across the table making the case with the against me argument. Then there's a way to get people to empathize that I don't know about, that I haven't figured out. If statism is sociopathy, then you cannot get people to empathize. That if you ask them for empathy, you will only harden their commitment to aggression. And it exposes a very, very ugly side of human nature, which makes the Milgram experiments and the other experiments utterly pale in comparison. Utterly pale in comparison. So if you can make the case in a successful, consistently successful way, I beg you, please do and let me know. But I really don't think that you will be able to. And I say this not to condition your test. I say this not to make you fail. I say this because it's not going to work. My belief, it's not going to work. The against me argument reveals that statism is sociopathy 99 times out of 100. And even in the sometimes where people do accept it, the sociopathy reforms later on, right? They simply will reform and they'll be back to being statists within a day or two. And the reason I say that it's not going to work is not because I don't want it to work, but because I don't want you to blame yourself when it doesn't work. Because other people will try and get you to take the rap for their coldness, for their harshness, for their acceptance of and praise of institutionalized violence, for their murder fetish called patriotism. They will try to get you to take the rap for that. Oh, well, you know, you're wrong, you're crazy, you brought it up too harshly, what am I supposed to do, blah, blah, blah. But in the same way that we don't want women married to sociopaths or men married to sociopaths to take the rap for their sociopaths' bad behavior, I don't want you to, if statism is sociopathy, I don't want you to take the rap for other people's failure to overcome this, because sociopathy by its very nature cannot be overcome. For a variety of reasons, which you can, you know, if you want, you can do the research and figure all that kind of juicy stuff out. But if you doubt what I'm saying, please try. And try your very best. Give it a good shot. Let me know what the results are. I don't think I'm wrong. I'm quite certain that I'm right. I'm quite certain that the theory is right. I'm always happy, very happy in this particular instance, to be proven wrong. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and thank you so much for fellow traveling these deep, dark, turbulent waters with me. I will talk to you soon. So this is part 4 of the Fascists among you. Thank you for your patience as we grind through this challenging topic. I really appreciate everybody's feedback and enthusiasm, such as it is, about this topic. It's really very important. So the advice of the experts, from what I've read, seems to be that you simply cannot win with the sociopath. He or she is going to use you for their own ends. They're going to bleed you dry. They're going to crush you emotionally, exploit you financially, use you sexually for their own ego gratification, and they will only flatter you as long as you are of use to them. It also appears to be incurable. Now, somewhat like borderline, sociopaths do tend to mellow out a little bit around the age of 40 or so, and this sometimes is mistaken for an improvement, but I no more expect an evil person to become good than I expect someone's arm to regrow if it's been bitten off by a shark. Some stuff the body can heal. You get a cut, it'll hopefully seal up. But it ain't going to grow you a new kidney or a new leg if those are missing. And my view is that if the conscience is missing, then the very aspect of the mind that would be necessary to grow the conscience is missing. If empathy is missing, if self-empathy is missing, then the very part of the brain that would need to grow empathy is empathy. So it's already missing, so it can't regrow. There do not seem to be, at least as far as my reading has led me, any successful treatment programs for psychopathy or sociopathy. There have been a few massive interventions in teenagers that have improved to a reasonably small degree behavior for a little bit of time, but this all lapses back in adulthood. It lapses back to an untreated state. Now, this is really fundamental to understand. If you're dealing with someone who has no empathy, then they're not going to grow it. It's anti-empirical, it's irrational, and it's self-destructive to imagine that someone is going to change at that fundamental level. I mean, people change, don't get me wrong, they do change, absolutely. But to grow a conscience, I think it's sort of like expecting someone to become fluent in English if they're raised by wolves and not exposed to human language for the first sort of half dozen years of their life. They may mimic it a little bit, but they won't actually achieve fluency. That's a pretty important thing to process and to understand. Even if we throw aside the statism and sociopathy thesis of part 3, we're still left with a basic reality that 4% of the population or so is kind of evil. Exploitive, shallow, no conscience. Unpredictable, sometimes violent, manipulative, fraudulent. And that's scary enough, but if we take the Milgram experiment, even at its most conservative, and we say, yes, and 60% of people are willing to be led into murder by a sociopath, then we have a significant problem as virtuous people in society. We have a significant problem as virtuous people in society when 4% of people are outright evil and 60-odd% of people will be led into evil by a white coat and a calm demeanor. Which means that sociopaths are kind of in charge, because the majority of people will go along with that. So sociopaths are kind of in charge. And this is something which we really want to understand about the world. And you remember I said 99% of people will reject the against me argument? Well, I just read that Gary Johnson the Libertarian candidate, got 1% of the vote. And that's been pretty constant since the 1970s. People get about 1% of the vote. So isn't that interesting? Statism is sociopathy. 99% of people are statist sociopaths, and 1% of people vote libertarian. I just wanted to point that out as something which is a minor shore up to the highly speculative thesis. So what does this mean? Well, the experts all say, do not have anything to do with a sociopath. Walk, don't run, walk away, refuse all contact, get legal, police, whatever help you need. But just completely and totally detach from a sociopath. Well, that's often a little easier than said than done. So if you're dating a sociopath, you can break up with this, good luck, right? I mean, really, good luck, because it's a challenging thing to do. But what if they're in your family? What if one is in your family? And if you have an extended family of 25 people, odds are, well, there's going to be a lot of statist sociopaths there, but odds are that the sort of clinical sociopath is going to be in there. And the problem with family is it ain't a buffet, right? That's the big challenge with family. It's not a buffet. Let's say Uncle John has all of... And you understand, again, I really want to be clear on this. I can't diagnose anyone. I mean, it takes an expert, it takes lots of interviews, it takes a checklist, and lots of things, right? So I'm just using these terms as an idiot amateur, as usual. I just want to be really clear on that. But let's say you think that Uncle John is a sociopath. And borrows money, never repays it, gets drunk a lot, is aggressive, remorseless, never really seems to have a steady job, is all full of wild schemes, talks a mile a minute. Okay, well, not that last one. No, that is this sort of verbal diarrhea, unfocused, random, contradictory speech is a sort of superficial glibness without any particular depth or content. That is one of the marks. In conjunction with a whole bunch of other things, that is one of the marks of sociopathic tendencies, particularly more on the psychopathic side, but particularly if the speaker contradicts himself from sentence to sentence and doesn't even seem to notice. Mitt Romney, that's really, really an important aspect, right? So one psychopath was asked, have you ever done anything violent? He said, no, I've never done anything violent. I mean, I did kill one guy, but never anything violent. I mean, it's that level of contradiction that's... So let's say that you've got some bad brain mojo coming off your Uncle John, and he is sociopathic to you. Are you concerned that he's just evil? What are you gonna do? Well, what does the family as a whole think of this? Is the family enabling? Is the family covering up? Is the family pretending that nothing is awry, nothing is amiss? Well, if that's the case, you have a problem. Let's say Uncle John is your dad's brother. So you sit down and you say, Dad, kind of noticed this, and this about Uncle John. He gives me the creeps. He grabs my junk in the swimming pool. He never seems to have a job. He sponges off a whole bunch of women. He's got a whole bunch of kids he doesn't really care about. Like, this is some bad stuff. Well, what happens? Well, your parents are kind of in a bind. It's tough, right? Because if they say, oh yes, he is a bad seed. Well, could you mention that to me when I was a kid and vulnerable? Did he ever babysit? Was he around a lot? I mean, you're always told, don't hang with the bad crowd as a kid, right? So they have a problem if he is a bad seed. They've never talked about it, but he's been around a lot. That's a problem. Now, the other problem, of course, is that if you say, well, listen, I don't want to see Uncle John anymore. I don't want to have anything. I don't want to be in the same house as the guy. What happens? Oh my, oh my, oh my. Some very challenging things begin to occur. And that is going to be tough to negotiate, tough to navigate. So Thanksgiving dinner. Is Uncle John going to be there? Yes. Then I don't want to be there. Oh, come on, it's Thanksgiving. Come on, let it go. We'll just seat you at opposite ends of the table. You don't have to have anything to do with him. You don't have to blah, 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 right? Well, that puts you in kind of a bind, right? To say the least. Also, if you decide to take a stand to exclude a sociopath in your family, how sure are you that your stand is going to not make it back to the sociopath? Right, so if you talk to your dad about Uncle John, are you sure that your dad isn't going to, the next time he's throwing back a few cold ones with Uncle John, isn't going to say, hey, you know who thinks you're really a creepy sociopath? So-and-so. You. Oh, shit. Well, that's not good. Then battle lines are drawn, right? The whole point is to not engage with these people, and if you draw a line in the sand, are you sure that it's not going to make it back to this person? It's tough to know. It's tough to say. You really have to have a lot of trust in people to announce your plans to exclude someone from your life. Now, what you do know about your dad, if Uncle John has been around the whole time, what you do know about your dad is that your dad is not willing to exclude Uncle John. In other words, your dad is not willing to take the moral stand that you're willing to take, and that you taking this moral stand or self-protection stand, if you want to put it that way, is a problem for your dad. But you know that he's not going to take that moral stand. He's going to cover up, he's going to excuse. Most likely, maybe he will. Maybe he'll say, yeah, I've always thought this whole time. Yes, let's make an effort to ditch him out, right? Well, what if Uncle John is currently married? Well, then, what if he has kids, right? What happens? Can you exclude a sociopath in your family from your life? Well, you either are going to be pretty scarce at family gatherings, and you're always going to have the anxiety of, what if this crazy lunatic with the temper and no conscience finds out that I'm gunning for him, or that I've taken a stand against him, or I see him for who he is? What the hell happens then? That's a bit scary, right? You look over your shoulder for a while. Now, if the whole family sort of sits down and says, yes, you know what, you've brought up an excellent point, we're really going to have to start to get this person out of our lives. He's dangerous, he's predatory, he's scary, he's whatever, unreliable. Well, then you have an interesting chance at this. I don't know what Uncle John's going to do. It's going to be something. It's going to be something. Like if you're... What is that line from Risky Business? In a recession, don't ever fuck with another man's livelihood, right? And if he's a kind of parasitical sociopath and you're messing with his gravy train, well, that's not... He's not going to give up without a fight. And that fight can be incomprehensibly ugly for people who have a conscience. Because you'll be bounded by that conscience and he won't be. So, be prepared for lies, for slander, for unbelievable things to occur, for people to be turned against you, for your kids to be turned against you, whatever, right? I mean, this will be a battle, a grim battle. And, and it only takes one person, right? If you sit down with the whole family, it only takes one person who, this won't be that person's choice in particular. What will happen is, the sociopath, Uncle John will know something's going on. I sense it, right? They have a sense for these things. Like the box boy in B-movie. He is here. I sense it. Sociopath is gonna get that something's going down. And so he's gonna start to work his mojo. And remember, his mojo, if he's an adult and while you were a kid. His mojo has been around a hell of a lot more than you have. And if there's a sociopath in the family and you begin to pull at that thread, I'm telling you, whole other threads are going to start to come on by, come on down, come on through. There's a whole lot of family history and dysfunction that's bound up in an unexamined and uncontained sociopath in the family structure. So Uncle John is going to start to work his magic. He's going to find whoever his confidant has been, whoever he has something on, whoever he can threaten, whoever he can scare, and he's going to get the information. That information is going to be gotten quite quickly, that you are at the source of this, that you're at the root of this, and you are planning on cutting him out of the only community that, quote, has to see him. You're going to cast him adrift to see what friendships and allegiance he can earn through his own smiley-hearted virtues. Well, he's not gonna take that. It will be a fight to the death, probably, of some kind or another. And you know that 60% of people will side with him. At the very least. And particularly, since the best predictor of future behavior is relevant past behavior, people who've been covering up for him and pretending that he isn't what he is, they're almost certainly going to side with him against you. So this idea of like, well, don't hang with the sociopath, well, that's pretty tough. And even if we say there's not, I don't know, let's just say it's 100% genetic and there's no fundamental family dysfunction and all that kind of stuff, well, nonetheless. Most people do it in the absence of UPB, right? And you understand that sociopathy is fundamentally a UPB violation syndrome, right? Because one person's needs matters and everyone else's doesn't, right? That's a UPB violation. All win-lose negotiations are UPB violations. Anyway, we'll get back to that another time. So how are you going to extricate yourself, or how are you going to have a family life? It's going to be incredibly risky. It's going to be touch and go, and you're going to expose yourself to a whole lot of danger and slander, and the sociopath is going to do everything he can to discredit you within the family, to the point where he will call up your boss and pretend that you have screwed him over in business. He'll launch lawsuits. He'll complain if you're part of any professional organization. He'll complain to that and he'll do whatever he can to discredit you. And it's going to be it's going to be a grim fucking battle. And a dispiriting one at that. Which is why people tend to just say, well, just sit you at opposite ends of the table and you can pretend that he's not there. Because they don't want to get involved in that stuff. Sociopaths are vampires, and remember what it is about vampires? You have to invite them in. But once they're in, they're in. So it's a big challenge if you identify the sociopath, if there's one around, then you also have to, I think, identify, or at least be careful and cautious about the 60% of people. For strangers with no history of covering up for this person, 60% of people will be willing to commit murder if a sociopath calmly tells them to. I would imagine that in a family that has covered up and enabled a sociopath for many decades, that it's going to be way higher than that. So you really are asking a family that has enabled and supported a sociopath to draw the line and to take on an enormous amount of personal risk. And who knows what the sociopath has on these people? Who knows what he's going to be willing to go public about? Remember, no conscience, no limits on his behavior, which is why people tend to put up with them rather than take them on or attempt to exclude them. And of course, this is another reason why, family is considered a value independent of behavior. That's why this is why the elevation of family ties, blood is thicker than water and all that sort of stuff. I as I argued earlier on, two podcasts ago in this series, this is something that entirely serves sociopaths. Family is everything, but he's family, but he's your mother, but he's your father, but he's your uncle. Right? This all just serves sociopaths, because that means they can be judged by a category, or they can take advantage of a category rather than an actual virtuous action. Now, the other thing that will happen, of course, as well, is that if you attempt to oust a sociopath and he can't get what he wants through aggression, remember, one of the most favored states for a sociopath to elicit from other people is pity. So he's going to get sick, he's going to need help, there's going to be tragedies, probably all be lies, but, there's going to be all this stuff that's going to make you look like the bad guy, and he's going to be in need of people's help, and everyone's going to rush to him because they know the alternative is the blind rage and the character attacks and the public libel, whatever, right? But there's going to be, it's not like poking a wasp's nest. I mean, it's jumping in the ring with Mike Tyson and when he's drunk and on steroids and SSRIs and releasing a wasp up his nose. So the idea of dissociate from sociopaths is easier said than done in a family situation, in a family environment. So I really wanted to point that out, that this is a significant difficulty. I certainly know that when I began taking stands in my life against people who I had ample reason to believe were immoral, that, it's high noon, right? You're just running around looking for anyone to help you fight the bad guys, and everyone has a great excuse as to why they can't come. Mostly around, you're paranoid, there are no bad guys. It's a lonely road to hoe, being the only sheriff in town. When the bad guy is the actual sheriff and you just have a make-believe star on your chest. So I just really want to point, this is one of the reasons why this character trait tends to replicate and be successful, is that families are all intricately bound together, and if you attempt to pull one thread, however black and acidic that thread may be, it tends to be extremely problematic to keep the whole thing together. So, of course, if one of your parents is a sociopath, the advice from the experts seems to be to get out. But what does that mean? Well, what does that mean to your extended family? Well, if your mom is a sociopath, then your dad married a sociopath. And what the hell does that say about him and his capacity to be safe and trustworthy? It's a great scene in my guilty pleasure, Burn Notice. Well, one of my guilty pleasures. It's a great scene in Season 1, Episode 11. This guy, he had an abusive childhood and he became a spy and this and that. I'm not giving anything away. His mom demands to know, his mom's in danger. He tries to get her some protection. His mom demands to know what happens, and he says, "What do you think I do, Mom?" And she won't answer. He says, "Do you think I'm playing games here?" She says, "No. But Michael, we're family. You have to learn how to trust us." And he says, gives you goosebumps, you gotta watch it, it's on Netflix. She says, "You gotta trust us." And he says, "And how would I have learned to do that, Mother?" Brilliant. That whole scene, I watched it 10 times. It's a fantastic scene. The acting is great. Jeffrey Donovan is a master. I'd love to have seen his Hamlet. Anyway, neither here nor there. But the other issue that I think is worth talking about is there is this belief, this idea. It comes from Rosenberg's nonviolent communications and other things. And look, I'm a big fan of if you change something, the other person has to change this, that, and the other, right? So if you're very aggressive in your style of communication or debating, and then you change that, the other person will change. You can't change the other person, but you can at least, right? If somebody else holds their hands out for you to shake, and you refuse to shake it, they're not just going to leave their hands sitting there in midair, like a blimp for a day, right? They will take their hand back. So you will change their behavior. You're not changing the person. You're changing their response. You're not changing his fundamental personality. So I'm a big fan for, if you're not close to your family, or you're playing your cards close to your chest with your family, that you need to, if it's safe, open up with your family and so on. Be honest and vulnerable. Again, assuming it's safe. And if you can approach things more peacefully and positively, then I think that's great. That's great. And that will cause a change in whatever systems, family systems or business systems you're enmeshed in. Or basking in. But all of this stuff needs to be an asterisk, right? Which is, unless you're dealing with a sociopath. That's kind of fundamental, right? So there is no scientific evidence that I'm aware of, not a shred of scientific evidence that I'm aware of, that if you are affectionate enough to people, they get better. That if you are kind enough to people, they get kinder. That if you love someone enough, he will become, or she will become, a better person. Excuse me. There's just no evidence for that I've ever seen. If you have it, let me know. I will ruefully correct myself. But there's no evidence that if you love someone more or treat them better or are more peaceful or more positive or kinder or whatever, there's no evidence that that changes somebody's personality, and there certainly is no evidence that it regrows a conscience that ain't there. No evidence of that whatsoever. And that's just really, really important to understand. Because I'm not saying, again, when I say that this stuff serves sociopathy, I don't mean that everybody who talks about it is a sociopath or anybody who invents it is a sociopath. I'm just saying that it serves sociopathy. So, the idea that, right, so there was somebody on the board posting about how, you know, if you're more loving towards your parents, even if they were really bad parents, it will improve the relationship. Well, I don't know of any scientific evidence for that whatsoever. I do know that that would serve somebody who's abusive by putting the onus for improving the relationship upon you. I think that's really important. I mean, I suggest vulnerability and openness with family if you're not close for a variety of reasons, but mostly because if there is a void of empathy or conscience on the part of the other person, then that will be very evident. If you play your cards close to your chest, other people's coldness becomes muted or hard to see. You become lukewarm to their coldness. But if you are open, honest, and vulnerable, then their deficiencies are easier to see, right? So if you are a good tennis player and someone claims to be a good tennis player and you just gently lob the ball back and forth, you won't know whether they're really good or not. You play hard to find out if they're good or not. You raise the game to find out if other people have game. And so with friends and family who say, I love you, I will do anything for you, then you raise your game. Well, here's some issues that I have that I would like us to talk about. I'm going to hit the ball a little harder and see if you can hit it back, since you say that you're a great tennis player. So that's, I just, keep raising your game and see who keeps up. Or at least who's willing to admit that they can't and get some help to improve their game. But the idea that, say, for instance, that the onus of improving a parent-child relationship is upon the adult child to change the parents, I know of no evidence whatsoever that that is achievable or possible. And it certainly is not safe if your parent is a sociopath. It is very, very dangerous. Right? Sociopaths will not regrow a conscience, and they sense vulnerability and need, and they will simply use you and manipulate you and exploit you. But nobody ever talks about the dangerous side of that, right? I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible. Sending people into a potential battle unarmed. You can get positive effects out of things by being more gentle, more honest, more open, more loving. Yeah, absolutely. But there are risks in doing that as well. There are risks in doing that as well. If you are in a situation with somebody who is conscience-free, sociopathic, psychopathic, if you go in and take the onus of improving that relationship, and you go and going to be extra special loving with whipped cream and a cherry on top, that person will exploit you. And they will use whatever tender vulnerabilities you offer up to control and exploit you. And they will harm you. They will harm your capacity to trust. They will harm your capacity for intimacy. They will harm your capacity for vulnerability. That is not where you want to be. That is not where you want to be. So nobody ever talks about, okay, do all these things, but remember, if this person is a sociopath, this is incredibly self-destructive, so you need to figure that stuff out ahead of time. So I would strongly urge you to, if you have questions or doubts about this, I mean, obviously don't take anything I'm saying as any kind of gospel. What do I know? But read up on it. Read up on this stuff. Try and figure this stuff out. It's super, super important. These are the biggest and basest human predators. The gazelle must learn about the lion, and there are a hell of a lot of lions about. And if there's one in your life, it is tricky, tricky shit to figure out what to do. But identification of the problem is always the first step. Thank you so much for listening. If you've enjoyed this series, if you found it helpful, please, 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 freedomainradio.com. is the place to go to donate. fdrurl.com/donate. All massively appreciated, all very much needed. And I will talk to you soon. Hi everybody, it's Stefan Molyneux from Free Domain Radio. This is the Fascists Among You, Part 5, Nature versus Nurture. So let me start off this discussion, and I really appreciate everybody's feedback on it. It's a great discussion. Let me start this off with an analogy. If there is a lion in your neighborhood, then you will take your steps to protect yourself against that lion. Let's just say he escaped from the zoo or a circus or something. There's a lion in the neighborhood. Across it comes the radio, the TV. Well, you're going to stay inside. You're going to bring your children inside. You're going to wait till that lion is caught. You're going to take steps to protect yourself against the lion, although we would not morally condemn the lion as being evil for attacking someone, for trying to eat someone, because that's kind of what the lion is all about. It is programmed that way. So whether or not the lion has moral responsibility, because the lion doesn't, it doesn't fundamentally matter. Who cares? You still have to protect yourself against the lion. And in a way, if you believe that it is simply the lion's nature and there's nothing that can be changed, it doesn't really matter whether or not the lion has moral responsibility, what your relationship is to, whether it's nature or nurture or whatever. So in the same way, most dogs are pretty friendly. But if you beat a dog long enough, you're going to turn him into a pretty mean dog and a dangerous dog. And if there are a lot of beaten dogs in your neighborhood, then you should move your neighborhood. You should protect yourself. You should, I don't know what you do with dogs, pepper spray. I don't know. Who knows, right? But, well, somebody does know, but it ain't me. So if there are a lot, like, let's say that it's not the nature of a dog to want to bite you, but if it's beaten enough, then nurture turns its nature violent. So if you're already in that situation, then you have to deal with the dogs as they are. If all the dogs around your neighborhood, or most of them, are beaten and they get mean and they get vicious, that's the reality you have to deal with. And if you describe it as nature, okay. If you describe it as nurture, it doesn't matter. The nature of the dogs around you is that they're aggressive and violent. Now, obviously, if you can determine that it's because they get beaten, then you can encourage people not to beat their dogs in the future, and that will, in the future, make things safer. But right now, you have to deal with the way that things are. So self-protection doesn't fundamentally have anything to do with the nature versus nurture argument. If there are sociopaths and psychopaths around you, then you need to take steps to protect yourself. And the nature versus nurture argument doesn't really matter around your immediate protection. Now, if it turns out to be that it's nurture, it's how children are raised, it turns them into, okay, then a generation or two down the road, there'll probably be a whole lot less. But that doesn't really have much to do with what, if you got a pack of wild dogs in the neighborhood that are going to be around for another 10 years, you need to deal with that, because that is the nature of the dogs around you at the moment. And if dogs are raised more peacefully, then a generation or two, there won't be nearly as many, if any, violent dogs. But that doesn't have much to do with your need to protect yourself right now. So I really want to fundamentally point out that the nature versus nurture argument is a completely long-term strategic argument for the reduction of violence, or around the reduction of violence, or possible reduction of violence. It doesn't have much to do with how you deal with things in the here and now. So I really want to point that out. Now, some of the consequences, let's say that sociopaths are born and not made, and no amount of positive, peaceful parenting, no amount of a positive and peaceful culture is going to stop them. Now, this goes against the evidence, but let's just say that that's true. Well, then it's exactly the same as if you have, I mean, this is the Battlestar Galactica scenario, that you have killer robots disguised as human beings. I mean, it's sadly, it's the Lord of the Rings argument. There are no nice orcs, right? I mean, there can be kind of greedy dwarves, there can be kind of flighty elves, there can be some litigious hobbits, but there are no nice orcs, there are no friendly goblins. And so you have, it's a killer robot scenario. Then human beings will occasionally give birth to free will-less killer robots or vampire robots or whatever. They can't be changed, they can't be reformed, and there's no amount of positive intervention from conception onwards who will change their nature. Well, then they're just killer robots, and what you have to do is segregate them from society. I mean, clearly, because there's nobody's to blame. It is just the way it is. And of course, the moment you take away free will, then you take away freedom. Of course, those with diminished capacity cannot have freedom. We understand this with regards to children, which is why we do not let children enter into legal contracts when they're 4 years old. Or have sex, right? Because they cannot process the consequences. They don't have the experience, the brain maturity, the physical maturity, the long-term planning and consequence processing. So if somebody does not have free will, then they can't have freedom. They can't be free to operate within society. So if there was a reliable test of a killer robot, then of course you would identify those killer robots and you would segregate them from society. You'd give them their own little island to play on or whatever it was, but you would have to segregate them from society because they would be a predator. They would be like a wolf. You don't let wolves into the daycare, right? You don't. You keep the wolves away from people. You keep you don't put sharks in the swimming pool. So I mean, that would be the consequence, and I think that's a pretty negative consequence. I think that's a pretty horrific consequence, and I would do a lot to avoid that. Doesn't mean that it may not end up in some wild scenario becoming true, but let's talk about the arguments against nature. As I've mentioned before, people who talk about nature are, kind of fundamentally talking about a fixed personality structure that is impervious to any form of pre- or postnatal experience or environment. And the problem with this, of course, is that, to my knowledge, there's never been a gene associated with personality that is not subject to the law of epigenetics. And the law of epigenetics is that genes are switched on and switched off by environment. There is no fixed gene that I know of that personality depends upon that is not itself dependent upon environment. So anybody who says it's nature or argues for nature, I don't think, like in a sort of final way, like it's this way. They are not processing the reality of epigenetics. Now, the way, of course, that people try and figure out the nature argument is through twin studies. Oh, you see, twins, they share 100% of genetic material, and if one, the twins separated at birth, blah, 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 blah. All similarities must be genetic, or argue for the genetics. But this is, unfortunately, largely wishful thinking and nonsense. First of all, twin studies are not studying normal human circumstances. So, twin studies require that one of the twins be separated at birth and one be kept in a maternal environment. You already have a screwed up family situation here already. Or that twins be given up for adoption and raised in separate households. Well, any mom who is going to give up her twins for adoption is in a terrible situation to begin with. I mean, she got pregnant, the guy's not around, or he's not willing to parent, and the extended family is so dysfunctional that they will not, she's not giving the kids to her sister or to her mom or to her best friend or to her aunt or whoever, right? So she is in an isolated, family dysfunctional, highly stressed, irresponsible environment to begin with. And it is well known that maternal stress has a strong effect on the developing genetics of the child. So you're already in a stressed and messed up situation. So that's number one. Number two, it's exceedingly rare for twins to be separated at birth. So it's usually a year or two or three after they're born that the twins are separated. The mom gives it a go, and then she turns out to be unable to handle it or to manage it, and therefore she ends up giving up one or both of the twins. And of course, the first 9 months of fetal development, followed by the first year or 2 or 3 of early childhood experiences, are going to have massive effects on the genetics of the child. And so if they get separated later, to say, well, any similarities must be because of their genetics, is to not understand that the genetics, the genes that are switched on and off, are switched on and off depending on experience in the womb and afterwards. Furthermore, a good argument for genetics would be twins separated at birth, one of them raised in Kansas and one of them raised in Istanbul, and the one in Kansas becomes a Christian, and the one in Istanbul, despite being raised by an Islamic family, becomes a Christian. That would be pretty cool. But of course, that's not what happens. Twins separated at birth are going to go through different cultural programming. Religiosity, nationalism, the racism of my culture. There's no word for cultural bias. There really should be. Culturalism. Fantasy infliction. And so, even if we accept that the gene studies have some validity, you would have to have gene studies of twins raised in entirely opposite cultures, because the cultural effect on genetics is very strong. In fact, some researchers argue that the cultural effect is the strongest effect on sociopathy, on the development or non-development of sociopathy. So, given what is known, which is that all personality factors that are genetic are subject to the epigenetic phenomenon of genes being switched on and off by experience, given that the disparity of clinical sociopathy varies by factors of hundreds or thousands across different cultures, the fact that twin studies are extremely unreliable, yet still considered to be the gold standard. And of course, the gold standard is driven by, as Robin Grill was talking about on my show recently, it's driven by parental guilt. So, the argument for sociopathy being genetic is extremely, extremely weak. I would argue it's invalid, because there's so many factors which can't be explained by the theory. So, I think that it's not true. I think it's not. I mean, who knows? I mean, what am I? I'm just some guy talking on the internet, so I could end up being proven completely wrong. But from the research that I've done, it is... Look, and we all know that researchers are heavily biased by cultural expectations. And, like I've had tons of researchers on my show and pressed them on the issue of, it's considered mentally healthy to separate from an abusive spouse, but why not an abusive parent? And they, there's no research that's done on this. It's not a standard. That's completely obvious. So there's a huge amount of cultural bias that goes into research and what comes out of it. And I think I've proven that fairly well. Not conclusively, but fairly well. So the people who talk about the twin studies, they just don't want to piss off a lot of parents. I can understand that. Pissed off parents can be a challenge. So, the argument for genetics is so weak and so contradicted by the evidence that I think it's not even worth particularly considering. Now, let's say, though, that it is. Again, I have no problem giving the benefit of the doubt to an argument. It will still fail if it's a fundamentally flawed argument. You can go around every premise except one, and it will still fail. But let's say that there is some X factor of genetics. Well, we'll never prove it. We'll never prove it, because you simply cannot have, I don't know, can you? Identical twins raised in different wombs, in different environments, it's never, and even that, it would be such a rare thing that you could never gather any body of evidence. You basically have to have some sort of in vitro fertilization of twins separated, implant them in different wombs. This would be a pretty sinister experiment, and you'd have to do it often enough to try and replicate something. And so fundamentally, it seems doubtful that we will ever know, based on twin studies, what's going on in terms of genetics. Plus, you'd also have to have opposite cultures, right? So you'd have to have twins separated at the moment of conception, implanted in different wombs, and one of them would have to be in a truly free, philosophical, superstition-free stateless society, and the other one would have to be in a statist religious society. I mean, there's not enough. Cultures are not different enough yet for us to be able to tease out philosophy versus the bigotry of culture and its effects upon personality. So it's unknowable, and it can't be known for probably many generations to come, even if these sinister experiments ever were put into practice. So it remains unknowable. But let's say there's some X factor that is called genetics that has an effect. Well, so what? We don't know what it is. We don't know what the degree of it is. And so we must act as if it's not there. Because the moment we act as if it's there, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Right? So if your kid has a mean streak and you say, oh my God, he's a built-in, born-in sociopath, nothing's going to change, he's permanent, well, this is going to change your parenting, of course, right? Becomes more of a becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And so we have to act as if there is zero genetic influence on the development of personality. Because to act otherwise is to parent worse. Right, so it seems to be genes plus abuse that triggers these particular changes. So clearly, we want to take abuse out of the equation. But to take abuse out of the equation, it means that we have to treat children as if there's no genetics. Because to treat children as if their personalities, the negative aspects of their personalities are genetic, is to be more susceptible to acting in an abusive manner. So if we want to take abuse out of the equation, as far as personality development into sociopathy or psychopathy goes, we must treat children as if there's zero genetic components to their personalities. Zero genetic components to their personalities. That is the only way to reliably take abuse or the possibility of abuse out of the equation. So somebody was saying, I think on the message board when I was talking about this, I said that if we don't know how many things are movable, and there's no way to find out, then the only thing we can do is act as if everything is movable. And that way, if something is not movable, right, then let's say you've got 50 buckets, and one of them is glued to the floor. You have no way of knowing ahead of time. Well, you have to just act as if you can lift up all the buckets. It's the only way you're going to find the bucket that you can't lift up. You have to try and lift up all the buckets, and then the one that you can't lift up. Or let's say there's some unknown amount of buckets that are glued to the floor out of the 50. Well, you just have to keep lifting up the buckets to find out. So you have to treat every bucket as if they're liftable. If you don't know how many things are movable, you have to try moving everything. So you have to treat everything as if it's movable in order to find out what is not movable. In other words, you have to treat everything as environmental in order to find out what is not environmental. So even if there is some X factor percentage of personality that is strictly, quote, genetic, nonsense, but let's say that there is, you still have to treat the entire personality as if it's not genetic. Because that's the only way you'll find that out. And in fact, you probably never will find that out anyway, but you still have to act as if everything is environmental, even if some things are not environmental, because you'll never know what they are, and you'll also never know if you change your behavior because you believe that something is genetic. You'll never know if the genes that resulted from innate geneticism or from the epigenetic result of your changed behavior by assuming some of it was genetic. If you believe that your kid is just a natural-born sociopath, then it's going to change your parenting, and you'll never know whether their resulting sociopathy is entirely genetic or was the result of you believing that they were a sociopath. So you have to treat every aspect of a child as environmental, even if you believe that there's some parts that aren't. It's a quantum physics kind of thing. You change the experiment by interfering with it. By believing that something is genetic, you change the genetics of the child because you will relate to that child in a different way, thus turning on and off different genes than if you had never had that belief to begin with. In other words, the genes of a child depend upon the beliefs of the parent. At what point will you give up on the child? At what point will you withdraw from the child? At what point will you start treating the child differently? At what point? I mean, you understand, right? So, A, it doesn't matter. And B, the genetics argument is extremely weak, in my opinion. And C, even if the genetics argument has some potential, it doesn't matter because you still have to treat the child as if everything is environmental. Because your parenting will change and trigger genetic changes if you don't. So that's sort of a couple of arguments about the importance of parenting in these areas. Now, let's talk about whether there is moral responsibility on the part of the sociopath. Well, yeah. Yes, done and dusted. Well, of course there is. Of course there is. The moment you use a moral argument, you are subjected to that moral argument. Right? You live by the sword, die by the sword. Use ethics, subject to ethics. Use ethics, subjected to ethics. This isn't in the legal realm, it's called estoppel, right? It's the idea that if you use violence against someone else, if you initiate violence against someone else, you can't morally object to violence because you started that, but you started the ball rolling, you started the dominoes going down, so you can't use a road and say there's no such thing as roads, right? I mean, you can, but you're insane and wrong and lying because you just used the roads. Now you're saying there's no such thing as roads, right? If you say, I deserve respect, but you don't give respect to other people, then you're a hypocrite. And you're responsible because you're using ethics. So the sociopath who uses ethics is subjected to ethics. Now, sociopaths are reportedly, right, the people who don't have empathy. Now, you don't have to have empathy to be a good person. I think it helps, but you don't have to have empathy to be a good person. I think that's... Yeah, you don't have to be a sculptor to appreciate good sculpting, right? You don't have to be a good painter to appreciate a good painting. Because if you lack empathy, all you have to use is UPB, right? My theory of ethics, universally preferable behavior, to universalize your principles. You can do it intellectually if you can't do it emotionally. Which is fine. I mean, you don't have to be a fluent native speaker of Greek to use Google Translate and, you know, some rough knowledge of Greek to get your idea across. I mean, you're never going to be running for office in Greece based upon a fairly hackneyed grasp of Greek, but you can order a coffee, you can get a hotel room, you can haggle for goods. I mean, I haggled for goods in China using a calculator. I'd enter a number, they'd enter a number. I'd enter a number, they'd enter a number, and we'd haggle that way. So you don't have to be fluent in a language in order to get things done in that language. You don't have to be fluent in empathy to act as if you're empathetic. All you have to do is universalize, right? I don't like it when I'm defrauded, and even if I don't have empathy for the other person, I recognize logically that they're another human being and that they also have feelings, and that they, even if you don't actually feel what they feel, you can reason it out very easily. Right? I don't like it when I'm defrauded, so I'm not going to defraud other people. Because you know they're human beings. We know that fraudsters, right? We know that con men know that other people are people because they try and con people, not blades of grass or tires or deer. Right? So they know that the people are people like them because they put their evil manipulations on people. We also know that con men understand empathy because they know what makes other people tick. They know, like, lonely, vulnerable old widows really want company, and they know that people are attached to their dogs, so if they kidnap their dog, they're going to get something. They know that people have family bonds, and they know how to, like sadists know how to hurt people. They may not feel the pain themselves emotionally, but they know what makes other people tick. So a sociopath, or a psychopath, or a sadist cannot claim that they don't understand what other people feel, because they couldn't succeed in their nefarious evil schemes, right? So a blackmailer doesn't have emotional sympathy for his victim, but he knows that people don't like to be humiliated. Right, so somebody was telling me Penn Jillette was blackmailed because someone stole some files from his computer and pictures from his computer. He was blackmailed. And how horrible that was. Now, whoever was blackmailing him, I don't know what the hell you'd blackmail Penn Jillette for, but he's talked about banging chicks underwater with coconut juice and not having enough jam or sperm, as he calls it, to successfully climax underwater. I don't know what you're going to blackmail the guy for, but anyway, the blackmailer fully understands that he has leverage over Penn Jillette because Penn Jillette does not want these pictures to be published. So whoever's blackmailing him cannot claim that they don't understand human motivation, that they don't understand what makes other people tick, that they don't understand what is painful to other people. So they may not have empathy, sympathy for the other person, but they can certainly understand and appreciate and operate on what makes other people tick. Like sexual predators, they know that their victims don't want to have sex because they keep it hidden and so on, right? And they also are able to find the most vulnerable, right, through obviously looking for kids with dysfunctional families, kids without a strong parental bond, kids who are incredibly lonely, whatever it is, right? But a sexual predator knows immensely what makes other people tick, reads people immensely well, just like any other con artist or any other criminal or predator. Like, I don't imagine a lot of people pick fights with The Rock because they know who to win or lose, right? So sociopaths use moral arguments all the time. In fact, in defense of their own actions, they pull universal crap. You know, people are going to screw me if I don't screw them, so I might as well get them first. Otherwise, that's a universal moral argument, that it's all predator-prey, and I'd rather be predator than prey. Well, it's a moral argument. That's a Hobbesian moral argument. But they use universal moral arguments. They know intimately that they're the same as other human beings. They know that other human beings are different from rocks and trees because that's, all who they con and prey on and so on. They know what makes other people tick at a very deep level. I mean, in a way, they know people better than on average, right? I mean, lions may notice a bit about each other, but the antelope know a lot about the lions. And the lions know a lot about the antelope. They can pick out the weak, the sick, the whatever, right? So that's, I think, all very important to understand, that they do use universal moral arguments to justify their own behaviors and actions. So they are subjected to moral standards because they use them. They do recognize that human beings are like them, because that's who they con, right? That the human beings have needs, right? The con man has a need for money, and he preys upon someone who's got a need for companionship or attention or whatever it is, right? And they know what makes other people tick, what other people's deepest motivations are, fears are. They can very quickly map, I would say almost instantaneously over time, they can map other people's relationships, whether other people are embedded in healthy relationships, which will immediately push the sociopath back out, or whether they're dysfunctional relationships where the person does not have the external committed and intimate witnesses to help them to see what's going on in the world and so on. Anybody who manipulates understands the threads of human nature intensely well and can play them like a concert-level harpist. So yes, of course they are subjected to moral standards, because once you use morality, you're subjected to morality. Lions don't use morality. Lions ain't going to kidnap your dog and say, let me chew on your arm and I'll let your dog go. I mean, this is not how lions just jump and chomp, right? Tigers in particular are so adapted to killing that they have sense nerves in their teeth which can figure out where your artery is and chomp there. So, yes, of course they're predators, but they are moral predators. They are UPB predators, UPB violators in their predation. And they do deeply understand what makes other people tick. So I would argue that they are subjected to morality. A natural-born predator like a lion or a shark, and I get it, right? Lions and sharks don't eat people very much and blah, blah, blah. I mean, just, grant me that I need some animal that eats people a lot. Mosquitoes aren't scary enough. But the natural-born predators are not manipulative in that way. They don't hoodwink you. They don't target you. They don't slowly disarm your defenses with verbal diarrhea. They don't manipulate you. They don't play upon your deepest fears and hopes and dreams. They don't work to separate you from other people by planting negative seeds in your relationships. They don't, all of this sort of stuff. They don't try and marry you and then a mosquito is not going to try and marry you and then suck your bank account dry, right? They'll just stick their proboscis in and do their thing. Proboscis? Anyway, let's not get hung up. So these are sort of my arguments around, of course we're going to focus as much as humanly possible on the environment. It's the only thing we can change, and B, it's the only way we can be sure that whatever is left over that shows up over time is in fact genetics. And yeah, they're completely subject to moral responsibility, which is why punishment, ostracism, whatever it is going to be, is the response. And you're allowed to shoot a lion in self-defense, and if somebody runs at you with an axe, it really doesn't matter whether it's genetic or not. Your response is pretty clear. So I hope that makes some kind of sense. Thank you again for everyone's interest in this topic. I think I just have one more, and then we're done. And of course, I will continue to listen to people's comments and criticisms, which I appreciate hugely. Please, if you've enjoyed this series, it's taken many years of thought to come up with this stuff. freedomainradio.com is where you go to donate. Thank you very much. Have a great week, everyone. Talk to you soon. Hi everybody, Stefan Molyneux from Freedom Main Radio. So this is part 6 of the Fascists Among You. This one is most properly entitled The Sociopaths Above You. And I'm going to make a case that is going to be seriously upsetting, discombobulating, creepy, alarming. And this is a Matrix Unplug podcast. So if you're feeling shaky in your relationship to society, this may not be the best podcast for you at the current time. You can bookmark it for later, but this is ugly stuff. So I hope that you will take care of yourself when listening to these kinds of arguments. So there are two fundamentals in human society that are really important and not entirely unrelated. The first is that society always coalesces back to a hierarchy. And the hierarchy is composed of fraud and force. The hierarchy is composed of violence and manipulation. The violence, of course, is the secular rulers, the king, the queen, the president, the prime minister, the local warlord or whatever, who is willing to use violence against you in order to get his way. And that's the force side of it. And the fraud side of it is the propaganda, which pretends that the violence is voluntarism, which pretends that the brute coercion of you and the massive hawking off of your children's futures is somehow you're doing. And this, of course, is what abusers do, right? They use force against you. They say, you made me do it, it's your fault, and it's a good thing. And abusers, of course, always isolate you from other people. And the state does that at all times by causing you to be completely unable to talk about the essence of your society, the essence of anything that is true, and lies divide. The truth unites, lies divide, and because propaganda is lies and you can't tell the truth about anything to anyone, about anything real, you end up isolated and addicted to sports and materialism and all this other kind of nonsense that is so destructive. So, in the modern world, of course, we have public schools and the media, and to some degree religion, but more so in America, and to some lesser degree in Canada, and to a much smaller degree in Europe. In Europe, you need more of a socialist state because religion has largely diminished, and as religion has begun to lose its hold over the minds of the people, you need to increase the propaganda on children, which is why governments are trying to get children earlier and earlier through encouraging women to go into the workforce and abandon their children to state drones to inject them with the mental formaldehyde / brain parasite called statism. And I mean, you understand that this is constant. The level of propaganda is constant. It just shifts from secular to theological. So why did you need public schools in the 19th century? Why was it a universal phenomenon? Well, because religion was losing its hold, and democracy was taking root. And see, when democracy takes root, you lose the divine right of kings, right? And once you lose the divine right of kings, you need some other way in which to propagandize people to obey the leaders, right? The divine right of kings, of course, was that the ruler is placed there by God, and to question the ruler or oppose the ruler is to question and oppose the God. Now, once you got democracy, then this story no longer held. And so you needed another way of propagandizing people. And you have to propagandize people hard and early and long in order for it to work. This used to be achieved by religion. And then when the religious impulse and when the aristocracy was overthrown, you needed another reason to lie to people, or another way to lie to people to get them to obey the rulers, and thus governments took over schooling, because the level of propaganda needs to be the same. And if the church is doing less of it, then of course governments need to be doing a whole lot more of it, right? You understand? Nothing has changed fundamentally. It's just that the propaganda has gone from religion to socialism. Of course, the rise of communism occurred as well, as in particular in the Jewish community, as the secular movements began to hold sway. They needed another way to control people, and communism displaced some of that, came into the vacuum. So that there is a power vacuum, right? And the power vacuum is filled by propaganda. And if one set of propaganda doesn't work anymore, then you simply switch to another. So the propaganda, of course, is the ethical conversation, so to speak, or the ethical lies, the ethical myths that are invented to control people. And this, of course, is two sides of sociopathy, right? It's the incredible verbal ability, the incredibly verbal and manipulative ability of the sociopath. And then more on the psychopath side, you have the willingness to use violence to achieve your ends, all while close, right? So in the moral justification. So moral justification, the velvet glove on the fist of the state, all of this is constant throughout human history, throughout human society. The other thing that's really essential to understand is that ethics is a monstrously failed system by its own standards, right? I mean, ethics is, of course, designed to reduce violence and promote peace and cooperation among human beings. And after a 2,500-year history, we still have endless wars. We have debts. We have 90% of children still being hit by their parents. After a 24, actually, no, I guess you could say, a 3,000 or 4,000 year program called Thou Shalt Not Kill, we end up with 250,000 people murdered by governments in the 20th century. So not really a very successful implementation of Thou Shalt Not Kill. Now, one thing that's, of course, easy to understand is that if a stated program does not achieve if a program does not achieve its stated goal but still continues, then it's achieving its unstated goal. You understand? Let me say that again. If a program or a plan does not achieve its stated goal but still continues, then it is meeting its unstated goal. I mean, we can see this in the realm of dysfunctional human behavior, of course, right? So in that realm, somebody says, well, I just want a woman to stay with me, and I'm paranoid about the woman leaving me, and therefore I'm going to stalk her and read her texts and keep her up all night, whining and complaining about her sleeping with other men, and then she leaves me, right? And then if this keeps repeating itself, then the stated goal is to have a woman who stays, right? But the unconscious goal is to drive the woman away, is to confirm the low self-esteem constant called I am not lovable, I cannot be loved, and so on. And so any repetitive goal, program, plan, whatever you call it, habit of action, any repetitive habit of action that does not achieve its stated goal is simply achieving its unstated goal, which is almost certainly to be the opposite of its stated goal, right? So you can look at the war on drugs. Of course, the war on drugs is, of course, largely driven by the need to keep drug prices high so that governments can profit from drug running, and governments can frighten people with drug addicts and get them to surrender their liberties, and they can constantly terrorize people and so on. So it's not there to end drugs. I mean, obviously, it hasn't ended drugs. You can't even keep drugs out of prison, which means if you turn society into a prison, you still got lots of drugs. But the unstated goal is continually being achieved, and therefore we can understand that it's the opposite, right? I mean, how is how's the war on poverty going? Has poverty been solved? Well, no, of course not. Poverty has been entrenched. But the goal of the war on poverty is not to end poverty, but to create a dependent class of people who can be reliably counted on to vote to increase the size and power of the state. The goal of education was to create a high-quality education for everyone, and literacy rates are a small fraction of what they were before government schools came in. But the program continues because the purpose, of course, is to create a propagandizing class called public school teachers who are dependent upon the state and therefore cannot speak out against the state in any fundamental or at least emotionally believable way. Can't rail against government power while taking your summers off and being protected by a government union. It's ridiculous, right? And so it's achieving its goal perfectly. I mean, children are wonderfully propagandized to accept a violent hierarchy and pretend that it's a voluntary and virtuous thing. Told that, you're a citizen, you're civic duty and blah, 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 right? Voting, all that sort of nonsense. So it's working beautifully for them. So, with that brief overview, I think we can understand and appreciate the dark, satanic, majestic art of it all, that the fist is there. The fist is portrayed as a handshake. An unchosen obligation is converted into a voluntary debt, right? You stay here, you consume government services, therefore you must pay for them, and anyone who doesn't is welching on a legitimate debt, and blah-de-blah-de-blah, right? So I think it's really, really important to understand that since society consistently recoalesces back to these situations, the propagandist, the con man, cannot survive without the fist, right? The lie called taxes are voluntary, rape is lovemaking, cannot survive without the fist to enforce it, without the IRS and tax laws and jail and the cops to enforce it all, right? You understand that. I mean, this is the basic argument that you always get into with people. They say taxes are voluntary. Okay, great, then let's not have laws to enforce them because they're voluntary, right? Well, we can't have that, right? Okay, so they're not voluntary. No, they are, because it's a social contract. You consume government services, right? So this is the 1984 doublethink that occurs. Because if the lies of the propagandist are accepted as truth, then you must eliminate the fist of the state. If it is a social contract, if it's voluntary, blah, 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 then, right, you can't have it enforced. If you can choose whoever you want to make love with, then you can't have institutionalized rape. So, really, when I want to focus on this aspect of things, the propagandist has nothing to cover up and will not be believed without the fist of the state. But the fist of the state, the violence of the state, cannot sustain itself, cannot survive without the propagandist portraying it eternally as voluntary. People don't like to be forced, and force is wrong, and therefore you constantly have to cloak what the state does in propaganda. You constantly have to portray what the state does as peaceful, as, well, it's law and order, and without that it would be chaos, and the government is there to protect you from financial predation and from theft and assault and so on, and it does that by printing money, devaluing a currency, creating national debts, stealing up to half your money by force and selling off your kids. And it's all insane, and it's all nonsensical, of course, and it doesn't take more than a moment or two's undefended thought to see the truth of it. But it's really important to understand these. It's the left hook and the right hook, so to speak, the 1-2 punch of statism. The force, which cannot be called force, and the propaganda, which cannot be accepted without force. And once you're already forced, you're desperate for propaganda. Once you're in a situation of force, you're desperate for propaganda to pretend that it's somehow voluntary and virtuous, and that way you don't have to change anything, you don't have to act, you don't have to put yourself in danger by opposing a system and so on, right? So I think this is really important to understand. Now, ethics falls under the category of state propaganda. It always has, until recently, and I mean, without strong efforts to the contrary, it always will. Ethics is state propaganda. Why? Well, because you're always told to obey the state. I mean, this is Socrates' commandment, the state is your mother and father. Oh, very subtle there. And you need to obey the state, no matter whether it's unjust. This is Luther's reconciliation of the contradiction of an eye for an eye versus turn the other cheek. Turn the other cheek is if the state is unjust to you. An eye for an eye is if you are unjust towards your fellow citizen or towards the state. So obey the state. The social contract, the law, all of this stuff is all about obeying the state. Don't cause violence among each other is very important. I mean, look, if you're selling leather coats, you don't want your cows goring each other or attacking each other. If you're selling chickens, you don't want a pecking party getting your chickens killed. And so we're told not to aggress against each other because we're less valuable if we aggress against each other. We're less productive. We're less functional livestock if we attack each other. So of course we're told not to attack each other. Of course we're never told to attack the state or resist the state. And, the only time that resistance to the state is considered virtuous is when a new group of sociopaths is making an end run for state power. Then state, rebellion against the state is considered virtuous. But the moment that changes, then anyone who continues to rebel against the state is treated like George Washington treated the farmers in Pennsylvania who resisted the whiskey tax. Ride them down and slice them up. Right? So rebellion is only a virtue when people are grabbing power. The moment they have power, right, then rebellion is evil. So why am I saying all this? Well, I'm saying all this because it's really essential to, if you really want to understand the world. If you really want to understand the world, it's absolutely essential to truly grasp that what you call ethics is a form of sociopathic control over you. It's verbally adroit, it's kind of convincing, and it's unbelievably contradictory. Right? One of the marks of a sociopath and of a psychopath is to contradict themselves in the same sentence with no reference to it, to that contradiction. And of course with rage and attack if that contradiction is pointed out, or at least persistently pointed out. And the social contract is a voluntary concept. The state is a violent enforcement. So the state is both voluntary and violent in the same breath at the same time. If anybody points out the violence, they're told that it's voluntary. If anyone then says, okay, well then we shouldn't have the violence if it's really voluntary, then they're told the violence is necessary. So violence is necessary for voluntarism, and voluntarism is the definition of violence. You understand, right? This is mad. This is completely mad. But this is, of course, the hallmark of sociopathy. Telling you lies in order to steal your resources is the essence of sociopathy, of manipulation, and it is the essence of state propaganda. Playing on your fears or your greed is the essence of sociopathy, right? Surrender your control, your valuable resources, your children, for heaven's sakes. Because a sociopath is able to play like an expert pipe organist on the keys of your greed and your fear. Well, what happens without the state? All is chaos, ruin, destruction. Well, that's all just playing on your fears. The state can provide you real great goodies if you support it. If you donate to me as the politician, I will get you favorable legislation. I will get you government contracts. That plays upon your greed. And it's always at the expense of others. Incredible callousness towards others. Well, of course, this is the state. A complete lack of empathy, particularly towards the helpless. Well, that's national debts, right? A consistent pattern of immorality that is never admitted to be immorality. Well, this is the state. A constant targeting of people who expose and disagree, potential sociopathy, that is the state and its critics. A constant lying to aggrandize power and steal resources. Constant lying. But this is the state. Everything the state says is a lie, and everything it has stolen. So saith Sir Nietzsche. And rightly so. So, when I say that you live inside the defenses of a sociopath, what I mean is that all the ethics that you are taught are sociopathic manipulations, cons, and control mechanisms to hide the violence of the psychopath from you. But this is the media, this is the religion, this is public school teachers, this is everyone in your social circle who continues to praise the state despite the clear and obvious coercive nature of the state. The other thing that you're taught by sociopaths, or by, I would say, it's not like everyone who teaches you a sociopath. I want to be sort of clear about that. But the content of the teaching is sociopathic, right? If you were to analyze the content of state propaganda, it is sociopathic. This doesn't mean that everyone who teaches you is a sociopath, right? And I said statism is sociopathic, not all statists are sociopathic. The belief structure itself, the content and the presentation is sociopathic, because it advocates the use of force while strenuously denying that there's any kind of use of force. It promotes voluntarism all the while promoting the use of force. I mean, this is, it preys upon people, particularly upon the innocent, without remorse, without conscience. It never apologizes for anything. I mean, this is statism as a philosophy, and this is statism as an indoctrination system. So what you're being taught is sociopathic, and it is there to profit sociopaths. This doesn't mean everyone who teaches you is sociopathic. But you will be taught by this sociopathic, or within this sociopathic belief system, you will be taught that the essence of morality is empathy. That the essence of morality is empathy. You could even argue sympathy, right? So don't you care about the poor? Don't you care about the old? Don't you care about the people who are sick and have no money for medicine? And I mean, we have to help them. We have to help them, right? Now, one of the most popular states of mind to elicit in others from a sociopath is pity. If the sociopath can get you to pity him, then your defenses are down, that your concern is up, your care is up. Pity is an incredibly dangerous emotion to have. And around a sociopath, it just means you're about to get royally screwed and possibly even killed, in terms of war and so on, right? So you really have to be careful when your pity is evoked. Look at these poor homeless people. Look at these poor hungry people. This is foreign aid, right? Foreign aid is completely sociopathic. And yet it is your, quote, concern for and pity for the poor and the needy that is used to manipulate and control you and to destroy any rational objection you have. And I mean, all libertarians, we've been through this a million times, right? So if you're against the welfare state, you must be against helping the poor. That's a purely sociopathic structure. It's like if you have some obsessive guy stalking you and so on, and you're against that, well, you must just be against love. If you're against the government controlling currency, it must be because you're against stable currency. And you want to go back to the crazy, madcap 19th century frontiersville of whatever, right? If you're against government regulation of industry, it's because you want industry to run everything, as if industry doesn't run everything through the government, through the foundation, or the phenomenon called regulatory capture. So all of this is really, really important to understand, right? If you're against the FDA, it's because you want people to be harmed by drugs, as if people aren't harmed and killed, in fact, by the millions through the FDA. Again, it's the exact opposite of the truth, and it's portrayed as an eternally true and virtuous system or solution. If you're against the drug war, it's because you want little kids to be held down in alleys and shot up with heroin, or you want families to collapse or whatever, right? As if families aren't collapsed by all the people thrown into jail, if families aren't detonated by all the people thrown into jail through the drug war. So this, we've all heard this a million times. It's a sociopathic structure. Whenever you're in a no-win situation, you're in the orbit of a sociopath. Whenever you feel trapped or no win or can't lose or whatever it is, right? Occasionally people post on the message board this just outrageous stuff or whatever, right? And, they're trying to set a trap, right? I mean, everybody who's been an admin knows this, and I don't admin anymore, but, that's... And then, of course, you either let this outrageous, horrifying stuff continue, in which case you are destroying the quality of the message board and driving good people away, or you tell the person to stop and maybe ban them, in which case you're a dictatorial censorship and can't handle questions and criticisms. It's all crazy stuff, right? But this is, it's just obvious to anybody with any eyes to see it. It's all completely obvious. But, again, it's hidden to most people because they're trained not to see this, right? So the ethics that you're taught are the first line of defense for the sociopath. It's like a cow being taught that to go anywhere near the electric fence is evil. Well, that means if enough cows believe it, if the cows believe it as a whole, then that's wonderful because the farmer doesn't have to waste money running electricity through the electric fence. In fact, they may not even need to have a fence after a while, right? Again, all of this stuff is really essential to understand. That what you call ethics are control mechanisms designed to paralyze you in the face of sociopathy, to hide sociopathy from you, to get you to submit to sociopathy without arousing your natural defenses. It is a form of self-esteem paralytic. It is a form of disarming to the point of truly taking your arms off to be able to defend yourself. That's essential to understand. Morality is slavery. Because everything that is called good is that which serves the sociopath, and everything that is called evil, it's that which does not serve and opposes the will of the sociopath. And because people constantly mistake sociopathic predation and exploitation for moral excellence, we continually have society recoalesce back into this, right? Society follows the form of the ethics it accepts. Always, always, always. The ethics are like the medieval T-Rex footprint in the mud, and society is like the water running into it. It just fills it up in the shape that is there. Whatever people accept ethically, they will create socially. Sociopaths understand this, of course. Of course they do. Sociopaths understand the power of ethics, which is why they're ethically responsible. Sociopaths accept and understand the power of ethics much more so than the average person. So the sociopath will tell you that your empathy is what makes you virtuous. And of course they're going to say that because they don't have any empathy. So they're already excluded from that which is virtuous. Right? Do you understand this? If you say to someone, virtue is empathy, then you're automatically above, you're the Ubermensch, right? The Superman. You're already above and beyond virtue because you don't have empathy. And also once you say that virtue is empathy, then you can use the supposed virtue of empathy to generate pity and manipulate people into surrendering their independence because you can elicit pity in them for others. I mean, for the most part, what sociopaths call sympathy or empathy is just unbelievably tragic, negative, horrible, messy. It is the anxiety we feel towards hostages. And the hostages are those who right? So sociopaths will say, well, let's take care of the poor, and then they work on people's empathy for the poor, because empathy, of course, is such a virtue. But they provoke people's empathy for the poor, they pity for the poor, and then they use that to create more and more poor, thus ensuring that people will continue to surrender their liberty so that they can continue to, quote, take care of the poor. And it sets up, once they gain a monopoly on actions which are related to empathy, or sympathy in particular, once they gain a monopoly on those actions, helping the poor, the old, the sick, the weak, whatever, right? The poor children and their need for education. Once the sociopaths gain a monopoly on the actions which are defined as virtuous through empathy, then anyone who opposes, like within a certain amount of time, anyone who opposes the sociopathic control over the, quote, solution, obviously opposes any kind of solution, right? So once a sociopath can gain a monopoly over charity, a violent monopoly over charity, then anyone who opposes that violent monopoly must oppose charity, because people are taught that empathy is virtue. Empathy is philosophy. Empathy is morality. No. Empathy is the trap. Empathy is the soft, sticky quicksand that sends your soul down deep into the dungeons of the verbally adept and soulless monsters who rule the species. Like, I'm not saying empathy is a bad thing. Empathy is a fine thing. It just doesn't really have anything to do with philosophy. It has to do with human relationships. It has to do with understanding how other people tick. It may have to do with intimacy and so on, although the virtue called honesty is much more fundamental to intimacy than the supposed virtue called empathy. But in no other discipline did we put empathy forward as a central value. Right? Nobody says, well, to be a good physicist, you need to have empathy. Nobody says that to be a good engineer, you need to have empathy. I mean, empathy doesn't hurt and may, in fact, even help. It helps in general, I think. But nobody says, in order to be a good heart surgeon, you need to have empathy. I mean, it's nice to have a good bedside manner, for sure. That's great. But that's true of... It's a general rule that empathy is preferable to non-empathy. But of course, an excess of empathy can be disastrous. An excess of empathy can be disastrous. So, an excess of empathy, and particularly an excess of sympathy, can be disastrous because, like, if you're about to be robbed and you empathize with the person's, you really sympathize with the person's need to have your wallet, then you're just going to give them your wallet. Now, you probably should just give them your wallet rather than get stabbed or whatever, but an excess of empathy paralyzes you in the face of true human predators, right? I mean, if you empathize with the shark's desire to eat your leg, you're going to stay in the water. An excess of empathy is incredibly dangerous. We need to have empathy for those who have empathy, and we need to have no fucking empathy for the people who don't have empathy. Of course. You treat people the best you can the first time you meet them, and after that you treat them as they treat you. And if they're assholes to you and they have no empathy and they're prey, then just get out. Leave. I mean, the con man is unhappy if he doesn't have you as his victim. But that doesn't mean that you have to surrender yourself to the con man's preferences, right? The specific denial of empathy, the avoidance of empathy, like the plague, is essential in particular situations. Empathy will mess you up bad, right? The guy who's trying to sign you up for the Marines really, really, really wants you to sign up for the Marines, right? You got it? If you empathize only with his desires and not what's actually going to keep you sane, healthy, and alive, then you're going to go sign up for the Marines. The guy who wants to sell you the timeshare really, really, really wants you to sell you the timeshare, right? But you don't empathize with him alone, right? I mean, nobody says, to be a good mathematician, you see, you really, really need to have empathy. No. Don't need any of that stuff. I mean, it's not bad to have, but it's certainly nothing to do with the essence of the discipline. In order to be good at philosophy, you need to have the capacity to universalize from first principles, to identify and point out self-detonating arguments, and to resist and withstand the attacks of the evildoers who lose power as a result of your identification of universals. I mean, a philosopher who has empathy for everyone can't get anything done. It's like an oncologist who has empathy for cancer. Can't cure you, right? Because the cancer doesn't want you to cure. And the cancer hates the best oncologist, of course, right? The cancer could think. The worst disease hates the best doctor. And so, well, you have to recognize but to do that, you need to recognize that not everyone is deserving of empathy, which means you need to abandon the concept of the soul, human perfectibility, the good intentions of everyone, people doing the best they can with whatever they've got, and you need to recognize the scientific, physical, brain-proven fact that there are some very evil people out there who are doing enormously damaging things to human society, murdering people by the millions, hundreds of millions, abusing children, raping, killing, pillaging, and they are an enemy. I mean, they're the enemy of the species. They're the enemy. They're the worst enemy. I mean, we don't have any other particular predators. There's only the very big and the very little, right? The only predators we have left are the little diseases and the big guns of the sociopaths in power. That's it. It's the curse of the smalls and the stars, as Fafford and the Grey Mouser once mentioned many moons ago. So, we need to recognize it's a basic fact. It's a basic fact. And people who have no conscience and who gain massive amounts of power and control over others by preaching the value of empathy of which they possess none, of course are not going to be very happy about anyone who interferes with their power and control. Parents are not happy when you preach independence and virtue to children, and that parental relationships are not an automatic value, but a virtue which must be earned like every other virtue, right? The way that the marriage has to be earned, right? The quality of marriage. I mean, it used to be, of course, that your husband was just your husband, and he ruled over you like God did, and you had to stay with him no matter what. And we don't believe that anymore. And the same thing will happen, of course, with parental relationships. It's the only way to fundamentally improve society is to improve the quality of parenting. And the only way to fundamentally improve the quality of parenting is to make the relationships voluntary. We understand this, right? You don't get quality out of involuntary relationships. You don't get quality out of unchosen and enforced relationships where virtue is not the defining factor, which is why you get worse service from the IRS than you do from whatever the most private institution you can think of, the most free market institution you can think of. Right. Quality only improves when people can get fired. We understand this when it comes to public schools. We have difficulty understanding this with regards to parents, but that's all right. That will simply take time. And of course, there's a lot of parents who've behaved badly because they assume they can never get fired. Well, sorry, but the family needs to be privatized as much as everything else. So I really wanted to point that out as a sort of fundamental thing. And this is really where the power of UPB comes in. Universally preferable behavior. I'm sorry, I'm not going to run through the basics of it here, other than to say that it is around true universalization. So just for the moment, we'll bypass all the arguments and say the non-initiation of force is a virtue. To extend that to true universalization means that you can't have a state. You can't have a state. Because the state is the initiation of the use of force. So to truly universalize UPB. But see, UPB is ethics for sociopaths. What a great sales pitch that is. UPB is ethics for sociopaths. I don't mean that the sociopaths will now accept it as ethics, but it is ethics designed to combat sociopathy. The reason for that is that if you have empathy, then you're not going to be able to torture someone because you'll feel it yourself. And I think Joe Haldeman wrote a short story many years ago, which I read, quite a huge impact on me, called Study War No More, or something. It was in an anthology called Study War No More, and it was about an alien who gave someone true empathy, right? They felt whatever other people feel. And you can't torture somebody else. You can't rape somebody. When you truly understand and accept and feel what other people feel, and you can't do evil to them. Now, through abstractions that are heavily propagandized to cover up the evil and the immorality, you can support things like the public schools and the welfare state and taxes and bloody roads and all crap like that. Oh, by the by, somebody posted a great comment on one of my recent interviews with John Bush where he said, we need the government to do the roads. Best rebuttal to that is the government neither pays for nor builds the roads. They subcontract it all out. Oh, that's a very good point. So I think that's an important thing to understand. But if you have empathy, you are not really going to do evil in a direct way. It's very unlikely that you're going to do evil in a direct way. So really, at a personal level, ethics is not necessary for people who have empathy, if that makes sense, right? Ethics is not necessary, is not really required for people to have empathy. I mean, ethics for people who have empathy is it's kind of like having a diet which says don't eat any junk food to a guy stuck on a desert island. Well, you don't have access to it anyway. Can't get it, so why bother banning it, right? And so most people will never directly want to or accept or initiate force against their fellow person. So you don't need ethics for people who have a lot of empathy. You do need ethics, of course, for sociopaths, to identify sociopaths, particularly sociopathic systems like the state, like certain forms of religiosity. You need ethics for systems or situations without empathy, where empathy is absent. Like I was said in a podcast recently, that you can get sociopaths are responsible for ethics because they can easily understand universals. This is what I mean. So UPB is that which is the most necessary where there is the least empathy, because it is a way of destroying the manipulations of the sociopath by truly universalizing that which the sociopath says or claims is universal. Because the claims of universality made by the sociopath are entirely around disarming you and getting you to subject yourself to control in a sociopathic system. That's the only reason that sociopaths care about universality at all. It's a claim that disarms you. It hooks into the universality centers of your brain, which are responsible for language and perception and being able to learn tennis and stuff like that. Hooks into those and renders you to be subject to the sociopath's control. So that's the only reason that the sociopaths use universals. And they don't care about the effects because they don't have any empathy, right? So, given that we understand that, or given that reality, given those facts, then I hope that you can understand that philosophy is the opposite of sociopathy, because sociopathy is designed to con you and to manipulate you through contradictions, through propaganda. And philosophy, and in particular UPB, is fundamentally predicated on no inconsistencies, ironing out the propaganda. Propaganda are like wrinkles in time. They're like up-down equations, black-white color schemes. They're entirely self-contradictory. And that's when we get lost in the folds of that and swallowed up in that. And since sociopathy is about creating these opposites, these contradictions which can never be identified and constantly rotate back and forth. Like in religion, it's so many of them, right? 10,000 gods are false, but our God is true. God speaks to me, but not to you. God used to do miracles, doesn't do them anymore. It's all right. The third-hand 100 years later reports of our God are perfectly true. The third-hand 100 year later reports of everybody else's God are false. God is all good, but if you do what God does, you're evil. God kills, you can't kill. I mean, you go on. All these contradictions. Philosophy comes along and irons out these contradictions, points out the contradictions and demands, insists, is relentless in pursuit of consistency, universality, rationality. But you see, that goes in direct opposition to the entire purpose of language and intellectual manipulation through sociopaths. Philosophy is the antidote to hierarchy. Philosophy is the antidote to predation. Philosophy is the antidote to manipulation. Philosophy is the antidote to sociopathy and psychopathy. Philosophy is the cure for evil. And evil resists it, of course. Like a vampire resists having a stake driven through his heart. And this is why UPB messes people up so much, because we get that it's the way out of the cave. We get that it's the way out of history. We get that it's the way to finally shrug off these brain parasites that have ruled human beings since the dawn of human beings. We get that it's the only catapult that gets us over this medieval wall towards a truly free society on the other hand. But it's dangerous as hell. This is why people get so anxious about it. It's why it's so easy, but people get so anxious about it because it goes directly against what ethics has been set up for. What the life of the mind has been set up for, which is as bizarre, rose-colored, leaf-petaled, spray-painted, fireworked over electric cages and fences for the livestock. We are, of course, supposed to lick the hand that beats us. We are supposed to bow down to the master who places the yoke on our back and praise him for such a weight which is not a weight, but something which lifts us up. The only way to fight the predation of contradictory, quote, universals is through true universals, through true ethics, through the true universalization of property rights and the non-aggression principle. But that is a silent atomic thunderclap of detonation at the very heart of the hierarchy for which all of our mental life is designed to maintain and to sustain. But we have an unconscious, we have the subconscious, the part which we cannot directly access. It is a cyst, it is an abscess, which has developed as a way of keeping the contradictions of sociopathy away from our consciousness. I mean, we still have an unconscious in a free society, but it will be vastly different from what it is now. All of the contradictions which, if identified in history, would get us killed, the contradictions have to go into the unconscious, which is why the unconscious seems irrational to us. It's not. The unconscious is simply where we have to stuff the insane evil of the sociopaths who rule us so that they don't target us. Well, I've had enough of that. I've had enough of this shit. I've had enough of this goddamn shit. I've had enough of fluid-tongued assholes wrapping our brain up in Gordian knots in order to pick our pockets and steal our children. Fuck that and fuck them. I have had enough. It is time to fight our way free, to bite and claw our way through the fogs of propaganda to the truth, to virtue, to true universality, away from these savage, predatory brain tumor genes of sociopathic manipulations. Because you understand, our technology is moving far faster than our morality, which means that the technology is being forever pumped and served into the hands of the most evil among us, which is why so much of what government does is only possible because of technology. If our goddamn ethics does not speed up to keep up with our technological growth, we will end up in a night of hyper-controlled technological fascism for which there will be no dawn, no end, no awakening. The gorgeous potential and wonderful voluntary tapestry of the human mind, of the human condition, the human society will be burned and buried and dead and turned to ashes, pecked only by the crows of the fascists among us. Do not let that happen. We must accelerate our ethics to keep up with our technology, or we will end up as electric slaves until the end of time. Thank you so much for listening.
Hi everybody, this is Stefan on Free Domain Radio. Hope you're doing well. So as you may know, I'm a philosopher, which means I'm in the business of delivering reason to people, which sometimes feels like it should require Amazon drones, 4 security guards, some duct tape, and perhaps even some lubricant. So it's quite important for me to understand my clients' or your relationship with the product that I'm offering. So I put together this chat to warn those of you who participate in the free market of ideas about the deep darkness that lies hidden within the human mind. Take a mental note of the word lie and its dual meaning. It becomes important later on. Now, before we examine the data about how people respond to reason, it's important to map out the socio-biological and historical context of this discussion. Stay awake! It will be important and interesting, I promise you. Now, all living organisms depend upon their accurate perception of reality in order to survive and reproduce. If a gazelle fails to identify a predator, it gets eaten. For a lion, a tiny mistimed lunge may be the difference between a full belly and death through starvation, or even broken bones from a zebra's kick. Now, human beings lack the sharp nails and teeth of lions or the speed of gazelles, yet we possess, of course, the most powerful and dangerous tool within the animal kingdom, our minds. We would therefore expect the human brain to be highly capable of accurately analyzing and conceptualizing the world around us. The process of reasoning invariably involves the use of logic, and logic itself is derived from the immutable properties of the physical world. Empiricism is another component of reason that depends upon the accurate perception of reality through sense data. Reason is thus incredibly valuable to us, but what if reason itself gets in the way of our survival and reproductive success? So, imagine, let me take you on a journey. Come with me, my friends. Imagine living on an isolated island where the only people around you are volcano-worshipping savages who rely on human sacrifice to appease their fiery god. Now, of course, the reality is this has more to do with they're trapped on this island, and what they're really managing is not the deity, but their anxiety about the periodic eruptions of the volcano. What would happen to you if you started questioning the rationale behind the practice? The lack of evidence about their rituals having any effect on the actual eruptions of the volcano, or the very idea of a deity. Assuming you survived this blasphemous behavior, would any woman in the tribe be willing to have sex with the man who angered the volcano god? This is just one of the many examples in which the ability to reason is an evolutionary negative for human beings. Now, what does happen, of course, in society is that you live on this volcano island. This is sort of political correctness. You live on this volcano island, you can't escape it. And once a volcano erupts while a man is dancing, so then you say, no dancing anymore. Another time a volcano erupts when a guy is singing. No dancing, no singing, right? You just keep piling on these rules until, something changes, a society collapses, or a philosopher comes and props up the fights against the growing irrationality. So, as neuroscientist Michael Gazzaniga points out, quote, "What we must always keep in mind is that our brains have been sculpted by evolution to enable us to make better decisions that increase our reproductive success. Our brain's job description is to get its genes into the next generation." So, we need our reasoning ability to create everything from spears to computers. Yet in the social realm, logic and empiricism can be extremely dangerous. This dichotomy is at the origin of a fundamental split within the human mind, a split that philosophers and all who deal with reason really need to understand. Surely you might say, well, things have changed since the more savage days of primitive tribalism. Nowadays, if you live in the West, questioning the beliefs of, say, a religious person is far more likely to invite requests for logical justification than lashes of a whip, a barrage of heavy stones, or death at the stake. Believers may even set up a public debate if you're famous enough. Does this mean they value reason? According to the latest research and the painful experience of many philosophers, that's not very likely. In the field of psychology, selective exposure theory tells us that people not only seek information that reaffirms their existing beliefs, but that they also avoid information that contradicts those beliefs. This is called confirmation bias, or the internet, and mainstream media, to be fair. So researchers have tested the prevalence of cognitive bias in a variety of contexts, which range from cars to personal care products to politics and religion. Unsurprisingly, the latter two subjects is where cognitive bias is most powerful. For example, one study found that 43% of Republicans, or those on the right, consumed at least one liberal media outlet, while only 26% of Democrats consumed any right-wing media at all. The percentage of Republicans would likely be far lower if conservative media was more widespread, sort of outside of talk radio. So, a key part of the death of reason in society is unfalsifiability. So, I had this conversation with my daughter the other day, and she asked me what that meant, and I said, okay, let's say I tell you I have an invisible spider on my head, a really furry, hairy spider, like Donald Trump's hairdo, an invisible spider on my head. How would you know if I was telling the truth? She said, of course, well, I'd touch it, and I'd say, aha! That's the catch. Not only is it invisible, you can't touch it. She said, well, would it smell? Can I smell it? No! No, you can't smell it either. You can't touch it, you can't smell it, you can't feel it, and we went through the whole thing. So eventually, I said, you can't do any of that stuff. And then she basically said, so there's no spider, right? So if I say I have an invisible spider on my head, and then I remove every single standard by which you might be able to detect its presence or its absence, at some point, there's absolutely no difference between having a completely incorporeal, undetectable, invisible spider on my head and having precisely zero spiders on my head. So unfalsifiability is when moving the goalpost is another way of putting it, there's no standard by which the proposition can be disproven. A recent study on the near universal appeal of unfalsifiability noted, quote, much research on existential and epistemic motivations, it's just knowledge, has shown that people's political or religious worldviews and beliefs often have a motivational basis. They are held in part to help satisfy individual level motives. Much is also known about how people on the individual level defend these worldviews from factual threat. For example, people engage in biased information processing or source derogation, that's ad hominem, poisoning the well. Less is known, however, about what characteristics make some worldviews gain primacy over others, to the extent that beliefs held more strongly are more psychologically fulfilling, and to the extent that unfalsifiability can increase zeal. Belief systems that included aspects of unfalsifiability may have been ideally suited to serve psychological needs. Put another way, unfalsifiable belief systems may allow individual differences in belief strength to be expressed more strongly, whether in religious zeal, political opprobrium, or defensive retrenchment in one's position. That's the end of the quote. It's not my writing. It's not the best writing in the world. It's academia speak, but I just wanted to mention that redundancy and an avoidance of taking any stand seems to be quite key. The researchers concluded their paper with a warning. These results and speculations suggest that unfalsifiability may be a dangerous force in society at large. Though it might benefit individuals psychologically or groups socially, unfalsifiability might also lead people and societies to continually make truth-defying decisions, or being idiots, to the extent that the success of a society largely depends on its ability to respect good data and change behavior accordingly. A devotion not just to ideas, but to testing those ideas is necessary for the welfare and improvement of the society. I don't know why I went all James D. Kirk again there. It just happens sometimes. What the research suggests is that certain beliefs evolve leveraging the values of unverifiability. Embedded in their very fabric is a hostility to reason. Opposing information is thus thrown into the black hole of unfalsifiability. This process of rejection strengthens the reproducibility of the belief. In other words, if a belief has evolved to withstand reason, any successful defense against logic and empiricism confirms the utility of its design. So think of a belief system, and some of these belief systems appear to be genetically based. I've got a presentation on R versus K reproductive strategies and its relationship to left and right-wing politics, it's called Gene Wars. You can find it on this channel. And they have done twin studies where significant portions, more than half of political beliefs appear to be genetically based. So you've got to think of these political beliefs as genes within you, gene sets within you. And the political beliefs, gene sets, they're like animals, like you. They just want to survive and reproduce. And so any information which threatens their capacity to reproduce is rejected, and any information which strengthens their capacity to survive and flourish and reproduce is accepted. And so think of the rejection of counter-evidence as like the immune system of your body. It's the immune system of politically based gene sets. So in philosophy, there's a famous, dare I say, inevitably French philosopher named René Descartes, and he had these theories or approaches. You've probably heard of I think, therefore I am, or the Monty Python rephrasing, I drink, therefore I am. And he said, hey man, I'm sorry, I have to do that voice. He said, hey man, what if we're not actually really here? What if we're like a brain in a tank and we got all these inputs and we're being controlled? Everything we sense and feel, man, we're being controlled by some demon that's out there. And everything we think we know and all our memories and everything we're just a brain in a tank being wired up to something else, right? So his theory, reality is a dream, and we live inside the brain tank of a malevolent demon that manipulates our senses, and these ideas are still popular, even though they're completely and totally and absolutely unfalsifiable. You can't verify them, can't falsify it. Doubting sense data, while seemingly irrational, may provide significant emotional benefits to a broken mind. So, when people invite you to reason them out of an irrational belief, they are often engaging in the mental equivalent of a Fabian strategy. A Fabian strategy is a war of attrition without any direct confrontations. So what happens is somebody says, well, I don't agree with you, but I'm open to being convinced. And 9 times out of 10, you just keep banging your head against the wall until you exhaust yourself and give up, or your head breaks like Humpty Dumpty. It's a subtle form of passive aggression that works incredibly well. I mean, you just have to look at internet debates, I guess we could call them, to see a plethora of examples. You might even be able to look below. So this is the great lie that has baffled generations of philosophers. We want you to reason with us, saith the masses, but we angrily will reject reason. So understand why this really happens. So imagine that you're working at a car dealership and some dude walks in and he says, I want to buy some particular model of car. But every time you point out the qualities of the car you're trying to sell, he expresses doubt and asks even more questions. And the man is giving you contradictory information about what he desires. He says, I want fuel efficiency, but crazy high performance. I'm a family man, I got to have space for lots of kids, but I want a two-seater. And after an hour of negotiations, he tells you, oh, I actually never really wanted a car in the first place, and leaves the dealership. How would you feel? Angry? Frustrated? For a philosopher, that's called breathing. Perhaps you now understand the purpose of this great lie. So somebody who engages you in a pseudo-rational debate, he's keeping you from reasoning with other people. He's sucking you into his crazy, neutering, castrating of reason world. He's preventing you from reasoning with other people. He's making you frustrated at your own capacity for rationality, which makes you turn against reason in your own heart. And he says to other people, if it's a public debate, man, rational people are idiots. They don't even know when rationality isn't going to apply. Now, a fellow named Max Planck, a Nobel laureate and father of quantum physics, once said, "A new scientific truth does not triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die, and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it." It's like old scientific theories. They're not usually disproven, they just fall into disuse. Now, this idea, known as the Planck principle, has important and a little grim implications. If scientists, the people most familiar with the methodologies of logic and empiricism, reject reason, what hope is there for everyone else? Except for that person you're typing with on the internet. They're totally legit, I'm sure. And sadly, there's even more bad news coming from the discipline of neuroscience. In the lead up to the 2004 US presidential election, a group of neuroscientists decided to examine how the brains of partisans responded to information that portrayed either George Bush or John Kerry in a negative light. Fervent Democrats and Republicans were presented with 18 sets of contradictory statements, 6 by Bush, 6 by Kerry, and 6 by another politically neutral male figure like Tom Hanks. When asked to rate how contradictory they perceived those statements to be, Democrats had no trouble identifying Bush's contradictions, but ignored or downplayed Kerry's inconsistencies. The inverse was observed for Republicans. In other words, they didn't perceive significant contradictions in their party's candidate, while, interestingly, both groups had no trouble identifying contradictions made by the politically neutral figures. The lead researcher described the results of the brain scans, quote, "When confronted with potentially troubling political information, a network of neurons becomes active that produces distress. Whether this distress is conscious, unconscious, or some combination of the two, we don't know. The brain registers the conflict between data and desire and begins to search for ways to turn off the spigot of unpleasant emotion. We know that the brain largely succeeded in this effort, as partisans mostly denied that they had perceived any conflict between their candidates' words and deeds. So this is an unconscious propaganda ministry within us we're not even aware of. You're a Democrat, you're into Kerry, and you get contradictory information. You don't even feel any discomfort. You just reject the information, but at an unconscious level, or at some level, the brain scans show discomfort is being activated and the brain is reaching to deal with that discomfort by rejecting the information. You can see this with women who support Hillary Clinton, and then they're told by someone that Hillary Clinton is paying her female employees 70 cents or so on the dollar compared to her male employees, and just not only did the brain manage to shut down distress, says the researcher, through faulty reasoning, but it did so quickly. The neural circuits charged with regulation of emotional states seemed to recruit beliefs that eliminated the distress and conflict partisans had experienced when they confronted unpleasant realities. All this seemed to happen with little involvement of the neural circuits normally involved in reasoning. But the political brain also did something we didn't predict, he says. Once partisans had found a way to reason to false conclusions, not only did neural circuits involved in negative emotions turned off, but circuits involved in the positive emotions turned on. The partisan brain didn't seem satisfied in just feeling better. It worked overtime to feel good, activating reward circuits that give partisans a jolt of positive reinforcement. These reward circuits overlap substantially with those activated when drug addicts get their fix, giving new meaning to the term political junkie. There's actually significant indications, by the by, that political power is as addictive as cocaine, which is ironic given the political elite class's general war on drugs. In the context of political science, one researcher coined the term backfire effect after observing this emotional positive reinforcement in practice. After a series of studies, he and his colleagues found that, in some cases, correcting misperceptions, like Iraq having weapons of mass destruction, actually reinforced the wrong belief within people. You know, it's like in those shows, like the monster movies, like, you shoot some laser at the monster and the monster uses it to get stronger and meaner. This is what firing reason at people tends to make their irrationality stronger. The researchers' paper noted, quote, "The backfire effects that we found seem to provide further support for the growing literature, showing that citizens engaged in motivated reasoning. While our experiments focused on assessing the effectiveness of corrections, the results show that direct factual contradictions can actually strengthen ideologically grounded factual beliefs, an empirical finding with important theoretical implications, such as a great challenge to the concept of democracy." Scientists have also discovered physiological differences between liberals and conservatives. Liberals have been, those are on the left, right? Liberals have been found to have a larger and more active anterior cingulate cortex, or ACC, which is an area of the brain that is involved with detecting errors and resolving conflicts. Scientists have speculated that the enlarged ACC makes liberals more tolerant of ambiguity and change. Although the conservatives are more into the free market, which has a lot of change in it, conservatives, on the other hand, have a larger amygdala, which is responsible for the development, storage, and regulation of emotions, and has a lot to do with empathy, which is one reason why conservatives give more to charity. For example, one of the physiological features of sociopaths is an abnormally small amygdala, or emotional processing. Conservatives have also been found to have very sensitive sympathetic nervous systems, which makes them much more aware and responsive to threats. Indeed, vigilance is one of the hallmarks of conservatism. Right-wingers also have a heightened response to disgust. These are some basic brain differences. Now, twin studies have shown that there might be a strong genetic basis for political beliefs. And again, you can refer to my Gene Wars presentations for more on this. So these findings are particularly troubling to, say, a philosopher who's in the business of delivering reason to the masses. While the chain of causation is, of course, very difficult to establish, ideas may alter the brain through neuroplasticity as much as predefined brain structures can influence what we believe. Some combination of free will, genes, and environment is responsible for what people believe, and the latter is the factor over which we have the most control. As two researchers put it, quote, "Many studies involving quite diverse samples and methods suggest that political and religious views reflect a reasonably strong genetic basis. But this does not mean that ideological proclivities are unaffected by personal experience or environmental factors. Twin studies of heritability are suggestive of genetic factors in social and political attitudes, but they do not specify the biological or psychological mechanisms that could give rise to ideological differences." So, yeah, I would like to live in a world where people put aside ideology, put aside confirmation bias, and really attempted to listen to the evidence, to the data, to the basic rationality of philosophical and empirical arguments. I'd like to live in a world where children aren't turned into the oil that greases the cogs of a social fiction, a world that is fully in touch with reality. It's a selfish desire, I'm sure. Children who aren't broken in their families, daycares, or schools will be more receptive to reason. Because when you are traumatized as a child, if you're lied to as a child a lot, the epigenetics of your mind and of your body make you kind of allergic to the truth. And this is part of the volatility that arises in people when you bring rational arguments to historical prejudices. We bond to our lies, like ducklings bond to an orange balloon or a mama duck or whatever. We bond with our lies. And this, of course, is a way of having us survive in irrational tribes throughout human evolution and history. It's a way of helping us gain access to the female eggs and so on. And so this is a huge challenge to overcome. It's not just that people disagree with you, it's that there are like living beasts of gene sets within them that will fight to the death against the reasons that you bring that would cause that power in the human gene pool to diminish. So if we raise children peacefully and rationally, children become the backbone of a peaceful society. We'd never have seen this before in human history. I've tried to sort of put a roadmap to this peaceful future in my work, and you can, of course, help us shake humanity out of this primitive stage by supporting this show through donating money or spreading the message. Of course, the first step in solving any problem is admitting that you have one, which is bias. Through the state, of course, and its capacity to redistribute income, we are actually well paid for ideology, and this is another reason why it gets bigger and bigger and more powerful. But the truth of the matter is, everybody's dreamed of a sort of a human brotherhood, a way for us to all come together across lines of culture and race and prejudice and bigotry and so on. That place is called reality. We evolved in tribes where our bond was our shared delusions, our fantasies, the lies that we'd been told, the magical thinking, the delusions that we all shared. Our bond was our error. And that is what we evolved with. And we are genetically programmed, and that's how we grow up, is to bond with error and to tell the errors to others and to share in the errors in various buildings and to transmit those errors to our children. And in some ways, we are mere vehicles by which the errors reproduce. But if we turn away from the error and we turn towards reality and reason and evidence and the true compassion for the blank slate of children's minds to not continue to imprint and stamp error and delusion and tribalism onto their minds, I think we have a fantastic opportunity to do that. The common bond that ties us together is, in fact, reality. Tribalism, or the way that we evolved, fundamentally means error, delusion, aggression, and destruction. And the real tragedy, why it's become so important, is that our capacity for rationality, for science, and the wealth generated by the remnants of the free market has given us the technical capacity to create awesome weapons, untold debt, and so on. And we can't stop now. We have to push through. We have to push through. Reason has given us these awesome and terrible weapons, but we have not yet got enough rationality to avoid using them. Let's keep moving. This is Stefan Molyneux for Free Domain Radio. Thank you so much for watching.